I'll begin today's meeting by asking Vice President Wayne Walker to make a general announcement for our guests.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. We're glad you're here. I know I can speak for every one of my colleagues that we really are grateful to have this privilege to work together facing this most important issue for our city is education. So when we look forward to a continued civil, respectable, and exemplary engagement as we work together. And at every Board of Education meeting, a representative from the Deaf Hearing Communication Center is here to provide sign language interpretation of the proceedings, and we always express our thank you. Also, representatives from the Office of Family and Community Engagement are stationed in the lobby to help with interpretation services. The proceedings of this meeting are being streamed live on the internet at www.philasd.org/live and can be seen on PSTV's Comcast Channel 52 and Verizon Fios Channel 20. The proceedings also are being recorded by the School District of Philadelphia. The school district's recordings are protected by the copyright laws of the United States and may not be used in any manner without the express written consent of the school district. By participating in tonight's meetings, members of the public acknowledge that the school district may use its recordings for any purpose without obtaining permission or paying any compensation. We thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vice President Walker. Before we go further into our meeting, I'd like to invite Dr. Angela McIver to give a few words regarding the slideshow that's playing in the background.
Thank you, President Wilkerson. Good evening, everyone. Today we are taking a few moments to celebrate the very special life of one of Philadelphia's great champions of education, Marcine Madelman, who passed away on March 29th. Personally, I'd like to say that I am honored to be asked to share this tribute. I had an opportunity to meet Marcine more than 20 years ago as the director of the Temple University Math Science Upward Bound program. We formed a partnership with the Philadelphia Futures to identify low-income first-generation students who simply needed someone in their corner. At that time, I was able to connect several of my students to the program. Philadelphia Futures provided incredible support on their path to college. Quite recently, I had the opportunity to judge a debate tournament for the after-school activities partnerships and asked several students to tell me about their experience. The most telling response I received from one of these high school students was to the question, do you spend more time doing your homework or preparing for your high school debates? Her answer was telling, and I'm paraphrasing. She said, I spend way more time preparing for my debates. I thought when I first started I could just prepare just a little bit before my debate, and then we got slaughtered. Now I start studying and preparing weeks in advance. It has been said that the object of education is not to fill a bucket, but to light a spark. This quote fully encapsulates the legacy that Marcine Madelman is leaving the children in the city of Philadelphia. In a career in education that spanned nearly 70 years, Marcine was a relentless champion for children and a one-of-a-kind inspiration to her friends and colleagues. Marcine got her start as a sixth grade teacher before becoming a tenured professor at Temple, where she trained teachers preparing to serve in the district. Tenure was nice, but sitting still while so much work remained to be done was never Marcine's style. She left Temple in 1983 to join Mayor Good's administration, where she created her first initiative, the Mayor's Commission on Literacy, to help low-literate adults develop the reading skills needed to complete their education and succeed in the workforce. Marcine then went on to found 4 more nonprofits, all of which were dedicated to empowering children through education, including Youth Education for Tomorrow, Philadelphia Reads, Philadelphia Futures, and the after-school activities partnerships. ASAP was the 5th and final nonprofit organization Marcine founded back in 2002. Alarmed by reports that more than 40,000 youth in the city were unsupervised after school every day, Marcine did what she did best. She picked up the phone and rallied a broad array of influential civic leaders to step up to the plate and tackle this issue head on. 17 years later, ASAP and its wonderful network of teachers, volunteers, and community partners have enriched the lives of more than 75,000 youth in Philadelphia through after-school chess, debate, drama, and Scrabble clubs that teach skills and broaden horizons. And through ASAP's leadership of its academic leagues and competitions, students from across the district have found a source of pride and sense of belonging as part of a community of young people united by common interests, pushing themselves to be their best. Through her time at ASAP, Marcine was a fixture at 440 and in the School Reform Commission meetings. She never missed an opportunity to raise awareness for an important cause or to celebrate the accomplishments of the children she dedicated her life to serving. So it is fitting that we are joined here today by some of the district's best and brightest students who participate in ASAP's chess, debate, and Scrabble leagues. With the help of the district, particularly the Office of Gifted Programs, Strategic Partnerships, and Athletics, as well as Dr. Savoy Brooks and Dr. Bird and their hardworking staff, these students are among hundreds of youth who are representing Philadelphia in state and national championships events in the spring. Like Marcine, these remarkable students display a grit and resilience to persevere no matter the obstacles. Beside them, every step of the way, including today, are their dedicated teachers who spend hours each week nurturing their talents and motivating them to excel. So as we celebrate the singular life of Marcine Madelman, please join us in celebrating the distinguished students and teachers who will help to carry on her very special legacy. From ASAP Chess Program, we have Coach Karen O'Hara and students Narissa Kwan, Marcus Jones from Breji Elementary School. Do we want them to stand? I'd love for them to stand. They're here. Yay! Okay, I'm going to read a lot of them, so we'll save the applause to the end. Coach Chris Copeland and students from Jeffrey Cunnell and Henry Cow from Central High School. There's more. From the ASAP debate program, we have Coach Kate Sundin and students Jared Dobson, Jamil Bakri, and Tatiana Turner from the Academy at Palumbo High School, and students Lucas Bowerman, is Lucas here, and Isaac Popkin from Masterman High School. There's more. From the ASAP Scrabble program, we have Coach Diane Honor and students Munira Chowdhury, Fatima Chowdhury, and Kimoni Saul from Overbrook Educational Center. Please give a round of applause. Thank you. Are there any other board members who would like to say a few words?
I would just like to express my gratitude and my condolences. Dr. Madelman was a professor at Temple when I was a student at Temple, and then joining the district was certainly connected to and inspired by the contributions that both of your parents have made to the school district. And so I'm glad to be here to acknowledge her service and her lifelong commitment on behalf of my family, which has also been around for a while. So thank you very much.
As well. So thank you, Dr. McIver and Dr. McGinley. And may I ask that all of the students who participated in the ASAP program, if you could all stand so that we can all acknowledge and celebrate you as well. And all of the coaches and the staff members as well. Thank you. And to the family and to Barbara and Ellen, I was saddened to hear about your mom's passing. And as mentioned, she was a tireless advocate and champion for education and saw the potential in students across the city. Thousands of students have benefited from her work and her effort, and she afforded that very important access to opportunities like chess and debate and Scrabble that they may not have otherwise had. She also graciously invited my wife and I to her home, and along with her husband, Herman, who always would remind me that he was also former president of the school board when we first arrived here in Philadelphia. She welcomed us with open arms and was enthusiastic about working with the School District of Philadelphia and working together in the best interests of students. Today, Marcine's legacy lives on through ASAP and the thousands of lives she's changed. She will always be known as a true pillar of Philadelphia's educational community. So I send my condolences to both of you, to the rest of your family, to Justin and the staff at ASAP, and I also thank you for carrying on Marcine's legacy into the future. So thank you.
Thank you. I would like to now invite Justin Ennis, Executive Director of the After School Activities Partnerships, to give a few words.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Justin from ASAP. I just want to thank Dr. Height, members of the school board, and everyone here for giving us this opportunity to honor Marcine and to celebrate her life. Those of us lucky enough to work beside Marcine were treated with daily lessons of what it meant to be a visionary leader, a tireless advocate, a stylish dresser, and a relentless matchmaker. She was always there to remind us that learning and fun go hand in hand, and that in our city's schools and in every neighborhood there are brilliant young minds just waiting for the opportunity and the encouragement to reach their full potential. Thanks to Marcine's vision, ASAP engages 5,000 youth in more than 300 programs throughout the district each year. Marcine knew that an undertaking this scope required the help of many allies, and ASAP has been extremely fortunate to have so many wonderful partners at 440 who have stepped up to champion enriching opportunities for kids, especially some were mentioned but they deserve being repeated. Paula Don from the Gifted Programs Office, Dr. Savoy Brooks and Kimyata Rahat from Academic Supports, Jimmy Lynch from the Office of Athletics, Karen Lynch from the Office of Student Support Services. There's a lot. Dr. Bird, Mariel Thomas in the Office of the Chief of Schools, Vicki Ellis and Severin Tucker in the Office of Strategic Partnerships, Cheryl Rollins in Risk Management, and Wanda Johnson and the facilities crew for welcoming our chess and Scrabble teams in the atrium throughout the year. We are most grateful. We make a lot of, in our best imitation of Marcine, we make a lot of persistent and frenzied asks for help from our partners at the district, and each year they're doing more and more to give our kids the opportunity as the same opportunities as their peers in suburban and private schools, so we really are most grateful. You heard today that we're also joined by Ellen and Barbara, Marcine's daughters, who, as you might have guessed, are leaders and firebrands in their own respects. And although when it came to their mom, they really didn't have much choice, we thank them for sharing her with us and welcoming so many into her very special life. And to our other guests of honor, the chess, debate, and Scrabble students and educators who came here today to represent the district's many state and national championship teams and to show off some of the hardware that they've accumulated throughout the year. We thank you and congratulate you for exemplifying the intellectual and creative prowess of our city. Through your hard work, dedication, and enthusiasm, you truly are the finest examples of Marcine's enduring legacy. If you'd like a glimpse of what some of our students are capable of, some of our debaters from Palumbo have signed up to speak later, so I hope you stick around and give them the floor. And as we pause to celebrate the amazing, uncanny life and career of Marcine, I know that she would be the first to remind us that there is still much work to be done and many late-night phone calls to be made. So we forge ahead in her name, and it is a true testament to her legacy that in this journey, we will be joined by so many educators, partners, and young leaders like those gathered in this room. So thank you again, everyone, for giving us this opportunity to honor Marcine and to celebrate our students and educators. Thank you.
I would like to invite Marcine's daughters, Barbara and Ellen, the ASAP students, and their teachers to come up for a quick group photo up front. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. MacGyver. Thank you so much to Barbara and Ellen for being here this evening. Your mothers made a tremendous impact on many students in Philadelphia. I know you both must be very proud. Thank you. And instead of our usual musical performance, we have Michaela Tomczak, a 10th grader from the U School, here to recite a poem. The U School is joining Moore College of Art and Design in celebrating their 5th annual Poem in Your Pocket Day. Poem in Your Pocket Day is the culmination of a semester-long exploration of poetry and performance led by teaching artists Perry Vision DiVirgilio. U School students also collaborated with the Fabric Workshop and Museum to produce wearable silk screen poetry. This year, U School's Poem in the Pocket was sponsored by a 2019 Picasso Project teacher-based grant. We're thrilled to have Micaiah here to give us a taste of this event. I will now turn it over to Micaiah, who will recite Poetry in the Absence of Poetry, Poverty in the Absence of Poetry by Ethelbert Miller. Michaela? Michaela. What did I say, Michaela? I did as bad as you did.
Oh, thank you. Hello, my name is Michaela Tomczak, but before I read my poem, I would like for my peers to have a few words.
Hi, we are a part of the Lit Lab at our school, and we have a few gifts for the superintendent. So, this is our magazine, our most recent magazine. It's 50 most poems by our students. And some of the students in our school created this magazine from front cover to back cover. So we would like to give you these. And we have some for sale if you would like it. It's in the back.
Before I read my poem, I would like to give a trigger warning. This poem digs into sexual abuse, so if you aren't comfortable with hearing anything like that, I would happily like you to leave. No, only because I don't want anyone to be upset or hurt. Yeah. This poem is called Canvas. Bare, unblemished and clean, was what her canvas was. She was prepossessing, alluring, and just all around ravishing. All in all, she was told by you that she was beautiful. The way she walked, the way she talked, you loved it all. But you, or only you, could create such pigment on her canvas. And so you had. The darkness of the night grew cold, but her body on yours was warm. Her lips were plump, and they became a stained red after you touched them. Starting off by adding beautiful shades of red and purple around her neck using your lips and tongue. Biting, sucking, and nibbling at her skin, gaining many shades all at your touch. You began to take off the layers of fabric that distinguished her beauty. Starting off with her shirt, that which revealed her breast, that in which you painted in your picture. Then off to her pants and underwear, revealing her most prized possession. Okay with destroying this. Okay with taking this moment away from her. You got between her legs that were the tan silk that covered your insecurities. She bled, and another shade of red was added to your picture. This shade of red was different, because it soon changed to the pinkish shade of pleasure, Her moans are the music that which led you to proceed. Swear words that were said were the walls in your picture because no one outside of them should know that they were said. Sweat that dropped was the rain. And the rain was okay. Okay until she said, I love you. That was your maroon, filled with lust, what she thought was love. That is when the rain destroyed your picture. Walking out, leaving her covered in now stained sheets that were once white. She was ruined, no longer pure but contaminated. The colors you created mixed and they turned dark. She was dull. Thanks to you, there she was, just like the others, and had the most hatred for herself. Asking herself, how could you create such a beautiful picture and tear it to shreds? My name is Michaela Tomzak, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michaela. Everyone, please join me in giving Michaela another round of applause. If you have a poem that's special to you and are a Twitter user, we hope you will support Pocket Poem Day by sharing out your favorite poem using the hashtag #PocketPoem. And with that, I'd like to start the rest of our meeting. We'll begin our regular business with roll call. Ms. Rauch, please make an announcement about the board's executive session and then call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. The Board of Education met in executive session on April 4th, April 11th, and today prior to this public meeting to discuss personnel and employment matters, information in connection with the case TR and AG versus School District of Philadelphia, United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, number 15-CV-4782, concerning a class certification motion in a case regarding claims under the IDEA. Also discussed quasi-judicial proceedings and privileged or confidential matters. Now for roll call, Ms. Danzy.
Present.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton.
Present.
Ms. Fix Lopez.
Present.
Mr. Huang.
Present.
Dr. McColgan.
Present.
Dr. McGinley.
Present.
Dr. McIver.
Present.
Vice President Walker.
Present.
President Wilkerson.
Present.
Dr. Height.
Present.
Julia Frank.
Present.
And Alfredo Pratico.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, before we proceed, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of March 28th action meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The twins have responded. All those in favor of approving the minutes say yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The action meeting minutes are approved. Before we invite our speakers to begin, I'd like to make two announcements. The first is an announcement about the non-renewal hearings for Olney Charter High School and John B. Stenson Charter High School. The public hearing process on the non-renewal of Olney Charter High School and John B. Stenson Charter High School has been completed. Formal action will be taken by the Board of Education at a future public meeting. Meanwhile, the public has 30 days to provide comments to the Board of Education. This comment period was announced on Monday, April 22nd, 2019, and will run through Tuesday, May 21st, 2019. Comments may be submitted in writing, addressed to the Board of Education, Suite 101, 440 North Broad Street, Philadelphia, PA 19130, or by email address to schoolboard@philasd.org. All comments received will be made part of the record of the non-renewal hearings. Please specify in your comments which school you're providing comments on. My second announcement is regarding March action meeting. We strongly value and encourage public comment. We're committed to having productive conversations with students, families, community stakeholders, and other advocates. We also believe it's critical to the success of public education in Philadelphia to solicit, receive, and engage with public testimony on matters coming before the board, and recognize this may come in the form of dissent and protest. While we fully support these ideals, we will not tolerate disruptions that deprive other members of the public the right to hear the board conduct its business and to have their voices heard, and will not allow disruptions to compromise our ability to carry out the business of the district and more than, in support of more than 200,000 students and families we serve. To ensure that members of the public and members of the board remain able to express differing points of view in a safe environment, we expect individuals to adhere to basic principles of civility, decorum with respect to board meetings. These expectations are outlined in Policy 903, which will be updated at our May Policy Committee meeting and can be viewed on our publicly posted agenda this evening. The vote taken on Policy 805 will not be the last tough vote that we have to consider, and this will not be the last time that some members of the public disagree with our decisions. However, we want to continue to build a community that is open to having respectful dialogue where both sides can be heard. Also, it's important to us that students know that they were heard and their voices are valued. Moving forward, we hope to continue to engage and hear from voices on all sides of any issue that comes before us so that we can all do what is best for our children. The board has spoken with individuals responsible for the disruptions on May 28th meeting. We've made our expectations clear regarding appropriate decorum for future meetings. We look forward to hearing from and working with all these individuals at our future meetings. We'll now hear from speakers who were unable to share their testimony at the March 28th action meeting. Let's see, I guess we have Anna Perg, who was on the speakers list, spoke at the 28th meeting, and so she'll not be, if she's here, won't be called with the first group of speakers, but we'll entertain her comments later on. Ms. Rauch, would you please share our speakers policy and then call our first speakers?
Thank you, President Wilkerson. On behalf of the board, I'd like to thank you for your input on school district matters and issues, including the proposed actions being discussed this evening. To respect each speaker's time, we will be strictly enforcing the 3-minute per speaker time limit. There's an electronic time prompt on the table. When it turns yellow, you have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments, and when it turns red, your time is up. Student speakers, elected officials, and those speaking on action items have been prioritized on the agenda. Those speaking on general topics will address the board after we've completed our formal business. Up to 4 speakers will address the board on each topic. Written testimony submitted in advance of the start of this meeting will be included as part of the record of the meeting. I will be calling 5 speakers at a time to the front of the room to be seated in the front row. I ask that only one person, the person speaking, come to the table at a time, though. We will begin with our first 5 speakers, who will be our student speakers. And apologies if I get anybody's name wrong. Uchechi Ezengwa, Jared Dobson, Jamil Bakri, Tatiana Turner, and Fayin Akinadi. And Uchechi, please come to the table. Are you here? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Uchechi Zangor, and I am a student at Central High School. I am speaking today to address the issue that students of the School District of Philadelphia are facing. I am referring to negligence of mental health within the school environment. That is why I'm calling on the school district to implement a holistic mental health space inside schools that cater not only to the people who are already in a severe mental health situation, but to the people who could experience difficulties in the future if nothing changes. My organization, Youth United for Change, has already drafted up a list of recommendations and want Dr. Height and the school board to make this a priority and support the development of these initiatives into the everyday functions of schools. At last month's school board meeting, my comrade B spoke and shared his experience with the lack of mental health support provided in schools. This may not reflect everyone who attends schools in the Philadelphia School District, but it is still important to note one thing. Mental health is a spectrum, and at any point, anyone can need mental health support. Take me, for example. I'm a 16-year-old African-American female who attends one of the city's most prestigious high schools. With that comes a heavy workload, which is slowly consuming me. Although I haven't personally faced any mental health difficulties, it is still important for me to consider the potential dangers of letting these stressors build up. We need to find a way to proactively improve the mental health environment instead of waiting for a negative mental health situation to occur for staff to react to. My comrade B also spoke on the upcoming meeting that we were to have with the Office of Prevention and Intervention Deputy Chief Lori Pastor and the Deputy Chief of the Office of Rights and Responsibilities, Rachel Hausman. We all met on April 2nd, and we were glad to report that they completely agree with our values of 4 of our recommendations and gave their commitment to bring these ideas into action. The several commitments that we got from both Ms. Hausman and Ms. Pastor included talking to the Chief of Student Support and Director of the Office of Student Leadership on how to incorporate student voice into whole school intervention/turnaround processes, consulting with community behavioral health to find a way to simplistically provide all the information about mental health services and resources at every school, reviewing the mental health quarterly service that my organization has drafted up and presenting it to the Office of Research and Evaluation, and lastly, working with the Chief of Academic Support to figure out how we can reduce testing-related toxic stress by implementing testing maximums. Also, we have scheduled to meet with some school board members on May 7th, and at that time, we'll detail the reality of how schools aren't set up for students' full development. As we continue to fight for this change, we ask you, the audience, and especially you, the school district, and Dr. Hyde, that this is a matter that you prioritize and continuously push for. We aren't the only ones who know that change needs to be implemented. The Women's National Law Center recently released an interesting report on mental health in regards to Latinx students in Philadelphia. This report shines a light on what many Philadelphia students face, and we encourage everyone to read it. We hope to see the changes that we as students deserve implemented by the start of the next school year in order to start the process of creating a more and proactive and holistically healthy school environment. Thank you for your time.
Jared Dobson. Jared, please come to the front. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jared Dobson. I'm the captain of the forensics team at the Academy at Palumbo. And the one thing I want to say before I begin is that this team is one of the most important things to me. It has helped shape me and many others into great people that they are. And when I first entered high school, I was not the kid that always raised their hand in class or spoke on certain issues. And I was also not a person who was speaking in front of a group of people like this, but this team has helped me become that person. In joining this team, I was able to discover a platform that helped kids be able to have a voice and urge them to speak their minds on issues they see fit. Through this team, I was able to discuss a major issues in society this year, and that is the rights of LGBTQ+ people in our society. If I had not joined this team, I can most certainly tell you that I would not only not be speaking on this issue, but I wouldn't be able to share my voice on any other issues as well. Teams like these exist everywhere, and they help kids who are very similar to how I was freshman year expand on their abilities and unleash the amazing individuals we all know they could be. When I decided to join this team, I had no idea that I would ever become captain, let alone qualify in any event, whether it be for speech or debate. To be completely honest, when I joined this team, I did not believe that we were able to write good cases, and I was completely correct. But the more we wrote and the more we were able to form ideas on certain issues, the better we got. And this team has shown me that it doesn't matter what others think you can do, but what you believe you can do. Through this team, I have determined that I want to be an advocate for human rights, and the team has shown me that I have all the capabilities to do so. There are so many academic extracurriculars that help teens and young adults all over, and being on teams like these are the small steps we need to take to start encouraging individuals to express their viewpoints and ideas into the world. Teams like these are so vital, yet can be so overlooked. They have helped many others like myself, such as members of my own team, become the people we are today. Ready to make a change in this world and having the mindset to know that we can do anything we set our minds to. My fellow teammates, Jamil Bakri and Tatiana Turner, will also be sharing their experiences with the team, and my coach will later also be discussing the importance of funding teams such as these. So thank you for hearing me today.
Jamil Bakri.
All right, it's okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Jamel Bakri from the Academy at Palumbo and was also on the speech team. I'm here today to mention my experiences with speech. This year, when I joined speech, I was not really sure what to expect and what would happen. I'm actually an IEP student, so I thought that maybe it would be difficult for me. But I decided that I should try it anyhow. Immediately when I joined it, I was automatically welcomed with open arms by my coach, Miss Sundin, peers of mine that were on the team, and even people that I had not met before. I knew right away this was the environment that was right for me. In November, I went with the team to the William Tennant tournament as an observer and got to watch speech tournaments and other people compete against each other. After watching them, I knew I wanted to be a part of the team and compete against others in the event known as HI, or Humorous Interpretation. Once I had really started getting into the groove of things in December, I got to make more friends from not only within my team, but even people from off the team as well. Like I had mentioned earlier, being a student with an IEP, I was not really sure how it was going to go. But it really got me better at not only socializing with people around me, but also socializing better with my teachers and not feeling as nervous or anxious when asking them for help or telling them concerns that I had. I can very much say that I owe my boost of confidence to being part of the speech team. Being part of the speech team also meant being able to go other places and really see other cities in Pennsylvania and getting to travel a little bit more than just being in Philadelphia the whole time, so that was nice. I was also given another opportunity at state qualifiers to qualify, which I did, and was away from home for about 3 days. But again, it was another chance to see more that is really in Pennsylvania. I never really expected this when I joined the team, but I'm very glad that I did, and will definitely want to join it again next year to have some more fun and make great memories. I feel that speech is something that everybody can do and is something everyone should join and try out, because it will not disappoint and you will have a good experience getting to make new friends, getting closer with the coaches, and having more options for the future. Thank you.
Tatiana Turner.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tatiana Turner. I'm a sophomore at Academy at Palumbo. I've done debate for 5 years, and I started in 6th grade, and I've loved it ever since. Speech and debate is a growing extracurricular, and that doesn't get the amount of recognition that it deserves. I see myself as well as my partner grow while doing debate. I myself have become a more organized and mature debater, and I've been privileged enough to be able to attend these debate tournaments with an amazing supportive team and gain experience not only in debating but with real life skills. I've been able to better communicate and interact with people who are different than me. I've gained critical thinking skills, and I gained knowledge on topics that actually affect my life and the world that I live in, such as climate change, gun control, and immigration, and much more. I think it will definitely help me later on in life because I will have already developed the necessary skills I need to be a successful adult. My partner that was new to debate last year has become more outspoken and has definitely came out of her shell. I'm proud of the growth I've seen in both of us. We went from winning little tournaments our freshman year to qualifying for the state tournament, taking first place at 3 tournaments, and placing second at finals. I believe that debate does wonders for students. It creates disciplined, well-spoken, and outgoing young adults, and is an activity that I think every student should have the access to. And I want to discuss attending an inner-city school and participating in speech and debate. When my team goes to tournaments, we're often the only inner-city school present. We're surrounded by schools that are considerably less diverse and have more funding for activities like debate. And no one would ever expect inner city kids to do debate, and on top of that, be phenomenal at it. And that's why I want to congratulate the 7 inner city Philadelphia debaters who've qualified for the national tournament this year.
Sorry. Fayen Akanadi.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tatiana, and I will be speaking on behalf of the African and Black students around the city. I recently had to deal with an issue regarding cultural representation that has made me want to advocate on behalf of all Black students in the city. African American students around the city are discouraged, ridiculed, and punished for wearing scarves, which is an inherent part of who we are and our culture because it's not a religious practice. Currently, only students who can prove a religious obligation are officially allowed to wear scarves, which leaves many of us who want to express our culture having to fend for ourselves. Black students who want to express themselves while wearing cultural headscarves have been faced with a wave of disapproval from staff and administration. Some sent to the dean's office, taken out of class, or even being told to take it off, or further consequences will have to be put in place. The cloth these students wear to cover their hair isn't for fun or to be a distraction. It is strictly to symbolize who they are and where they come from. These teens don't deserve to be demeaned, ridiculed, or by ignorant people for wearing something that the staff doesn't understand. If students were given some sort of freedom when it comes to these types of situations, I feel as though other students and teachers would be more accepting and even want to learn more about African culture. I call on the school board to create a rule that allows Black students around the city to wear their cultural scarves and make sure that this rule is known to every administrator, teacher, and staff throughout the district. Thank you.
My name is Finn Akinodi. My friend's testimony is also the testimony of a number of other girls across Philadelphia who know that a head wrap is also a cultural piece, want to celebrate our African heritage. While banning head wraps may seem like a small thing on the surface, it sends a deeper message to girls like me. It feeds the narrative that our definition of beauty and identity are invalid because they do not meet Eurocentric standards of existence. So every time we're told to take off our head wraps, we are also told to shrink. We are told that being African is not worth celebrating. That looking like this is not status quo. I'm here because I disagree. I'm here because I firmly believe that our cultural heritage is valid and it should be a part of the status quo. I understand the rules are supposed to guide us within the lines of what is acceptable and what is not. But what happens when what is not acceptable is us being ourselves? I believe that education should not come at the cost of losing my connections to my roots. Schools should promote diversity, not exterminate it. My friends and I want cultural head wraps to be officially acceptable in schools around Philadelphia because being Black should not be diminished, nor should it be expendable. Thank you.
Just a clarification. Just a question. Thank you for your comments. Just a question for clarification. When people are addressing the head wrap, what are they saying? That it's out of uniform or not allowed, or I just want a little more information about that.
Like the scarf like she's wearing now?
Yes, it's that it's out of uniform, and mostly it's also tackled with the idea of what is that, and it's not referred to or acknowledged as something that could contribute to someone's identity. It's not just an accessory.
Right, and so the head wrap that you have on now, that was a target of?
No, it was actually my friend's head wrap,
Okay.
but I'm wearing one regardless.
I got you.
But like that.
But it was like that?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I will call our next 5 speakers. Would Councilwoman Gim please come to the table? And Lynn Robinson, Danielle Thompson, Sala Calabrese, and Sherry Michaud, please come to the front. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you so much. I want to, as we head into these next couple of weeks, especially during budget season, I wanted to make just a few remarks because budgets are a living document of our priorities, and this budget season is a pivotal moment in the story of our city and of our schools. It's hard to imagine that 6 years ago, this was a city that was almost ready to write off so many of its public schools. But in the years since, we've had some major wins, putting nurses and counselors back into every school, piloting a new social worker program, the new water hydration stations, millions of dollars in new funding from the Philadelphia Parking Authority. And I'm so glad to see that the school district will continue to make additional investments in services and supports for our citizens. Additional nurses, 30 new teachers for English language learners, more social workers in our comprehensive high schools, and counselors as well are powerful investments to support the whole well-being of students. And in particular, I hope I can highlight the fact that the district's multi-million-dollar investment in lead abatement to guarantee that every single elementary school in our city will be lead-free or lead-abated fully by September is a huge step forward to fix the facilities crisis plaguing our schools. And as I travel throughout the city, I hear that Philadelphians continue to be hungry for these kinds of resources and stronger connections at schools. And so over the next few weeks, we should be listening to our young people who are fighting for mental health and trauma-informed care in their schools. We should be listening to young people who are talking about after-school programs that are transformative and cultural identification that is deeply meaningful. And I'll be continuing to fight alongside of them to talk about the need for community connectors in every school to help build bridges between schools and communities, a 250-to-1 student-to-counselor ratio in every public school, a down payment for transforming our schoolyards into healthy green spaces, to fight for air conditioning in our school buildings, to recognize that school districts in our counties are allowed to start earlier simply because they have the ability to have air conditioning is not a reason to deny our children the right for education and for a comfortable climate environment, and a fund for urgent facilities repairs. And I remain deeply concerned about the instability that harms our most vulnerable students, as seen in today's Inquirer reporting on high teacher turnover. I'm especially concerned about leveling, which destabilizes school communities, and the high number of teacher vacancies that continue to rob our children of a stronger education. But again, this is a reminder that over the next few weeks, we have a chance to talk about what these priorities are going to look like, to remind ourselves that these things happen even when the money is not there, and that the public, in its noise and its dissent and complications, that they are your most passionate advocates for more funding, both here at home at the city and at the state level. We need them. So thank you very much.
Linda Rubin. Is Linda here? I'm sorry, Lynn Robinson. I was looking. Danielle Thompson. Sarah Calabrese, excuse me, I have a cough. Sherry Michaud. Thank you.
And if Kevin Mundy, Kathleen McAville, Stephanie King, and Katie Carpenter could come forward, you'll be next. Please speak.
In reading a March Notebook article on the formation of a District Advisory Council, DAC, I was struck by a quote from a staff member at 440. The DAC members will serve as boots on the ground. They will engage with peers and people in their schools and neighborhoods and bring back ideas to the district to help influence decision making. I think this quote reveals a major problem with some administrative staff at 440. They are disconnected from the day-to-day practicalities of our schools and from the concerns of school personnel. As an example of an office being out of touch, I would point to the Multilingual Office. A number of advocates for English learners spoke before the Student Achievement Committee meeting on March 14th. In many cases, these speakers have not been listened to by the Multilingual Office before questionable policies were implemented. That office is perceived by some advocates as ineffective, inactive, and out of touch. At the meeting, one board member asked if schools are being supported by the Multilingual Office, and the response by the director was that OMCP managers visit some schools in their assigned networks at the beginning of the school year. In reality, out of 200 plus schools with English learners in the district, only about 10 focus schools are regularly supported by OMCP staff in person during the course of the school year. Administrators from that office spend even less time in schools. It is not clear that information even from those 10 10 schools is being shared and applied in making decisions. Leadership would need to be open to hearing diverse views as policies are being contemplated, rather than making uninformed, top-down decisions. One policy discussed by EL advocates at the meeting was the push for push-in instruction, particularly the mandate that only the push-in model be used for grades K through 2. Board member McGinley asked about schools' ability to adjust that model to fit the needs of students in their schools. The response from OMCP still was, we support both push-in and pull-out. She failed to mention that her office has presented this policy to principals as a mandate with no exceptions. In following that mandate, many principals are not giving teachers the flexibility to make judgments about the needs of individual students. Veteran ESOL teacher Helen Lee lamented the lack of opportunity for her to reinforce foundational skills for newcomer students during push-in lessons. ESOL teacher Becky Horner mentioned that she spends an average of 20 minutes per day with some of her neediest newcomers. Is this acceptable? And have the decision makers in Multilingual actually observed and spoken with veteran teachers who are attempting to meet all of their students' needs through this new policy? I believe that the answer is no. Other topics raised by stakeholders should also be investigated by multilingual decision makers through observation and dialogue in the field. Is it sufficient that we rely on community volunteers to bring back information to 440? What are 440 staff being paid to do if not to interact with SDP personnel in the field? These 440 staffers need to dirty their shiny loafers as boots on the ground themselves. Thank you.
Kevin Mundy. Is Kevin Mundy here? Kathleen Melville. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kathleen Melville, and I teach 10th graders at the workshop school. I'm a rank and file member of the PFT and an organizer with the Caucus of Working Educators. I was here at the last school board meeting with 150 educators, parents, and community members to deliver our petition demanding safe learning conditions. We are a smaller delegation tonight, but we are no less determined. Our petition reads, as proud educators, parents, family members, and community members of the School District of Philadelphia, we're outraged that city and district leaders continue to sit by while school buildings poison our children with toxic lead that causes permanent cognitive damage, as well as temperatures and pests that trigger asthma. As parents, educators, family members, and community members who care deeply for our students, we demand lead remediation in all schools that have toxic lead, not just the 40 schools the district has selected. In addition, we demand robust pest control and air conditioners in every learning space in order to alleviate asthma, which is a widespread cause of suffering and absenteeism among Philly children. Ending the 10-year tax abatement for the wealthy and requiring big universities and mega nonprofits to pay their fair share through pilots will fund the safe learning conditions that Philly students deserve. Over 3,000 educators, parents, and community members, including 2,500 rank and file members of the PFT, signed this petition. It represents over 3,000 face-to-face conversations with people who care about our children, over 3,000 people ready to take action to end the tax abatement and fight for the safe schools that our students deserve. Let me be clear. The condition of our schools is not just a safety issue. It is a racial justice issue. Philadelphia's public school students are mostly black and brown, and they are keenly aware of the abysmal conditions of their schools, the collapsing ceilings, the mouse poop on their desks, the paint flaking onto their lunch tables. Our children are very perceptive, and they see what we value by the money we spend. When my students walk to school in West Philadelphia, they see that the old West Philadelphia High School is being transformed into luxury apartments. They see the fresh paint, the young trees, the new windows, the clean sidewalks. And when they arrive to school just down the street, they see the stark difference: leaky ceilings, broken plumbing, and flaking paint. This juxtaposition of massive investment in one building and severe neglect in another sends the message that we only invest in school buildings once the children have been cleared out. They see that when white people want fancy condos, we find the money. When young professionals want a rooftop bar, we find the money. When private universities want to expand, we find the money. But when it comes to our children, especially our black and brown children with leaks in their classrooms and lead in their paint and broken toilets and unsafe doors, we can never find the money. And that's why we're here today. We want to send a different message to our kids. We want to send them the message that they matter, that they're not alone, and that the adults who care for them will fight for the safe, welcoming.
Stephanie King. Is Stephanie King here?
Working? My name is Stephanie King, and I am a parent at Kearney Elementary School. I apologize in advance to people who are hearing this for the second time because they actually stayed in March. I am here today because in the year 2019, I live in a neighborhood with completely segregated schools. Northern Liberties is one of the fastest gentrifying neighborhoods in the city and is now approximately 55% white. Yet the child my school attends is 94% black or mixed race, and she is the only white child in her class. While the school most of her white friends attend, less than 2 miles away, is 79% white, 83% in the multiple kindergartens they keep adding to make room for the demand. There's even a shuttle service hired by the neighborhood parents to transport students to and from the white school. Now, as that school fills up, Northern Liberties parents are moving to the next closest white school, one that is 60% white. While our neighboring school is adding kindergartens, our school has had teachers leveled away from us each of the last 3 years due to declining enrollment. Our enrollment is not declining because of a lack of children. It is declining because the district is allowing parents to use the school selection process, voluntary transfers, and backdoor friends group lobbying as a platform for school segregation. Across Philadelphia, 42 out of 147 public elementary schools, including ours, do not have a single white child in their kindergarten class. There are another 31 schools with only one. You cannot tell me that half of Philadelphia does not have any white 5-year-olds. I have requested data from the district on the demographics of these official and unofficial transfers in elementary school enrollment, only to be told that you do not track this information. Yet you do track each student's zip code and home catchment. There is no excuse for you not to know the demographics. That tells me that the district either doesn't care that white people are playing your system to get their children into whiter schools, or that you willfully do not wish to look at the data so as have to admit there's a problem. I am here to formally request 3 things. Number 1, that the school district of Philadelphia immediately begins collecting and analyzing the racial and demographic data of every student who transfers between 2 district schools. That the district commits to examining this question in the 2019-20 school year, either through forming a commission or producing a report to quantify the impact of selective segregation at the elementary level and make recommendations for a policy to mitigate its effects. And 3, that the district creates and begins implementation of a plan for the desegregation of schools in Northern Liberties. And I encourage every parent in attendance who sees this happening in their neighborhood to make a similar request. Thank you for your time.
Katie Carpenter. Is Katie Carpenter here?
Dr. Hay, is there a process by which the district monitors out-of-neighborhood transfers?
We do, but yes, there is a process by which we monitor out-of-neighborhood transfers. We just to the parent statement, we do not collect the demographics of the individuals, but we do collect the information. And in addition, I believe this policy is a policy that's coming up for review. It's the transfer policy, the voluntary transfer policy that's slated to come up in front of the policy committee. And this is an issue that we want to look at across the
We
city.
reviewed our May agenda, so it's not on there, but we could add it, correct? It'll be a long meeting.
Yes.
but We'll add that policy to the, if that's okay with you, Chairperson.
Well, let's look and see where it is scheduled, and if it's too far away, yes, we can look at moving that.
Thank you.
Information about when it'll be considered will be posted so that the public has an opportunity to participate and/or view. Thank you.
You can start. Thank you.
One, before you start, and we'll make sure you get your time, just wanted to make a point that it was slated for May, and then we pulled it because this issue was brought to our attention. And we need to actually take a broader look at if the policy is actually creating perverse incentives to do the types of things that was described by the speaker.
So, okay, so if it's not on the May agenda, somebody could still come to the May meeting and
That's
give us
correct.
input on
Yes.
it.
Yes.
I guess I'm particularly sensitive about this because the school in question, the one that's mostly white that was here, was Adair, where I was principal a long time ago. But when I was principal, the district was under a court mandate to monitor the racial makeup of schools, the racial makeup of faculties. With that mandate going away under the Ackerman administration, there are some places where faculties are all of one race or schools are a majority of one race, and I feel the need to speak to it because I've raised it as a criticism of some charter schools, and I hope that we can get a handle on this issue so that we don't have the kind of thing that was just described by the last speaker. Thank you.
Okay.
Good. My name is Katie Carpenter, and I'm here tonight in solidarity with my fellow related service providers as a school psychologist with the district who is committed to ensuring that the children and communities of Philadelphia have the best chance at receiving the professional services they need and deserve. School psychologists present with a unique skill set that is desperately needed in our schools. We have expertise in trauma, diversity in development and learning, research and program evaluation, legal, ethical, and professional practice, preventive and responsive services, school-wide practices that promote learning, interventions and instructional support, consultation and collaboration, and database decision-making. During my time as a psychologist with the district, I have watched as the professional practices of psychologists have been undermined and unsupported to the point where the current status quo is to be operating in continual crisis mode. The role of the school psychologist has been reduced to a single function of evaluating children for eligibility for special education services. And even in that one function, psychologists cannot adequately meet the needs of our schools given our current caseloads. Community members, students, and staff repeatedly ask you for social emotional needs to be addressed and respected in schools, not by a computer software program, but by a qualified professional. Every school deserves the support of a permanent, full-time psychologist in their building, who is fully integrated into the unique fabric of each school community. Some concrete examples of the supports for the profession that are currently lacking include access to the SIS database, a private confidential workspace, essential computer scoring software, assessment materials, release time, reimbursement for, and provision of high-quality professional development to keep pace with the rapid growth of research in our field, choice in our assignment, trauma-informed organizational structures and practices that would allow for regional team teams to develop and function properly and would prevent isolation of psychologists who are currently forced to work in silos instead of on functioning teams formed around a child's needs, and provisions for psychologists to meet with colleagues for regular case consultation and mentoring. Philadelphia students and schools deserve the full continuum of school psychological services, which requires that our caseloads, which are already well above nationally recognized recommendations, be reduced and re-examined under a workload model that is in line with trauma-informed organizational practices. Thank you for your time, and I invite you to join me in advocating for these changes in order to better serve the needs of the children in schools in Philadelphia.
Bevan Journey.
Hi, my name is Bevan Journey, and I am here tonight as a district occupational therapist in solidarity with my fellow related service providers. Tonight, I would like to talk about how great school-based occupational therapist educational partners can be, and to tell you about some of the things limiting my ability to provide meaningful, appropriate therapeutic services to Philadelphia students. School-based occupational therapists ensure that students with special needs can fully participate in all aspects of their school program, from staying seated and focused on work, to using a pencil, ruler, or fork, to regulating their sensory systems. OTs look at the whole student and the whole activity, and we find ways to make things work. We can also provide staff consultation, training, and professional development in order to prevent achievement gaps, ensure access to the curriculum, and support adaptive strategies for all students. As you can imagine, all of this requires time and administrative support. And in those respects, our department faces crisis-level challenges that limit service provision. OTs do not currently have a lead therapist or a dedicated supervisor. My repeated attempts to communicate concerns and student needs have been met with the application of Band-Aids, empty gestures, and added scrutiny, the results of which remain a mystery to me. It has become evident that there is no administrator at 440 who has the time, familiarity, and power needed to create meaningful change, and as a result, we've fallen behind any reasonable practice standards. One particularly egregious example of this is the district's continued use of an outdated caseload model of assigning therapists to students. A caseload model considers only one thing. One student equals one tally mark on my caseload. It does not consider that student's individualized program, not the severity of need, not the use of specialized equipment or strategies, not the time needed to train staff, etc. For example, a student who requires a simple once-a-month check-in on a basic adapted pencil grip is given the same scheduling weight as a student who needs weekly direct therapy to decrease self-injury from sensory behaviors. A caseload model does not include time for all of the other required tasks, such as collaboration, goal development and monitoring, evals, equipment management, and so much more. Due to this outdated model, combined with the district's unrealistically high and often exceeded caseload cap of 65 students, we are significantly understaffed, and therefore I too often struggle to provide even the most basic of student services. For your reference, my caseload currently consists of 75 students across 9 sites. This is not normal and not acceptable. So I sit here today to ask you to join us in advocating for all therapists to switch to a nationally supported workload model, for meaningful administrative support, and to hire the appropriate amount of district occupational therapists to meet our students' federally mandated service needs. Our group of related service providers is committed to ensuring that the children and communities of Philadelphia have the best chance of receiving the professional services they need and deserve, and we believe this will happen when we work together. I would be happy to meet with you again to share more information if you're interested.
Okay,
Thank
Kelly
you.
Collins, please. Is Kelly Collins here? Okay, I'm going to call our next 5 speakers. Hannah Sanzatinia, Valeria Morales, Liz Marie Caballero, Margaret Devine, and Erica Darkin. Is Hannah here? Valeria? Liz Marie? Margaret Devine? Erica Darkin? Okay, thank you. Good idea. I'll call a few more. Please come to the front. Regina Steigerwald, Shira Cohen, Nick Palazzolo, Barbara Dowdall, and Lisa Haver.
Hello, good evening to all. So I'm Erica Darkin. I'm a former bilingual teacher at Taylor Elementary School. I'm also a former bilingual curriculum development specialist here at the SDP's OMCP. And currently I'm a teacher of multilingual learners at Francis Scott Key Elementary School. And I'm here to speak about the needs of multilingual learners. So in my own experience during 8 years as a bilingual teacher, I saw that the benefits of bilingual education include cultural responsiveness, academic engagement, and increased parental involvement with homework and as chaperones, visitors, and volunteers. Even though the transitional bilingual program that we implemented at that time used Spanish as a stepping stone to learning English, many bilingual teachers explicitly emphasized to students the value of their home language and culture. Research by noted scholars Thomas and Collier shows that dual language, the strongest form of bilingual education, which has the goals of bilingualism, biliteracy, and cultural competence, is the best model of education for English learners. This is the model currently being implemented in SCP, with the phase-in having begun in 2014, albeit at only 6 elementary schools. I'm now in a different multilingual context, and my students have the opportunity to interact with peers from a variety of cultures. In my classroom, home languages include Spanish, Nepali, Burmese, Vietnamese, and Khmer. However, some situations make me wish that more students had the chance to be in a dual language program. A few examples are the following. A parent told me that his variably engaged son said that the parent couldn't help him because the parent didn't know English. What if the child learned to value Spanish in a dual language program and also received homework in both languages? A student who just arrived from Guatemala can read in Spanish, but not yet in English. What if her literacy were fully engaged in a dual language program? When my class received a Spanish-speaking parent to be interviewed for our Need Indeed project on immigration, many Spanish-speaking students chose to ask their questions in Spanish rather than ask in English and wait for interpretation. What if they could put their linguistic resources to work in an academic context every day? There are ways that the School District of Philadelphia could make the benefits of dual language a reality for more students. They could strengthen current dual language programs and prepare to expand. They could foster collaboration among ESOL teachers and classroom teachers, both inside and outside of the dual language programs, to meet the unique needs of multilingual learners. They could create a position for a director of dual language education who will have both specific expertise and a position of influence. And they could advocate for a state bilingual teaching certification. Thank you for your time.
Dr. Haidt, I just have a quick question about that. How does the school become a dual language school? Do they advocate for themselves and say, hey, we'd like a dual language program, or can you talk about that?
Generally, that's how it's been done. We actually have been talking about how do we, looking at the populations and the mix of students and languages spoken at a school, then how can we then build the capacity to expand these programs across more schools? And so, yes, it's been driven primarily by the school, but we're looking at ways to create the conditions to build it from the district. And that means supporting the staffing that has to go into the school, hiring the teachers that need to be there, and all of those things have in the past presented some challenges, but we're working on a plan to do that now, and would love to include Ms. Darkin as a part of that conversation. Yep.
Regina Steigerwald.
Hi.
Hi.
Regina was unable to be here, and I'm a speech and language pathologist, and I am reading on behalf of her. My name is Jan Moss Horwitz. I'm a speech and language pathologist, and I am here tonight in solidarity with my fellow related service providers. I have reached out to you, Dr. Haidt, with no response from my own personal situation. I just wanted to preface that. I've been a speech and language pathologist for 36 years with the school district. My father was a school district employee for 35 years. My sister was a teacher, and I have a very personal situation that I wanted to discuss with you, and I had no response. As a speech pathologist, I work with students in both general and special education classrooms by providing support, interventions, and curriculum modifications. SLPs across the school district provide consultations and collaboration with parents, support staff, and teachers. We evaluate and treat children of all language backgrounds with a communication disorder that impacts their ability to access their unique curriculums. I came here tonight to share the difficulties that I and other related service providers face while working in the School District of Philadelphia. We are required to complete redundant paperwork and frequently feel unsupported in managing challenging students. Currently, schools are assigned speech and language pathologists based on the number of students that need speech therapy service, regardless of the amount of therapy time each of these students need. A student with a mild speech disorder who gets 15 minutes of group therapy is counted the same as a student with complex communication needs who gets 60 minutes of individual therapy weekly. This method of assigning speech therapists to schools based on a caseload of up to 65 students forces SLPs to change assignments frequently and makes building relationships with students and their families challenging. Frequently turnover driven by therapists feeling overworked and unsupported. I am encouraging the workload model. In a workload model of service division, each student requires therapy is assigned a weight based on the amount of therapy they need. Thank you.
Excuse me, if you could just give us your name. I think you said Jan, but I didn't hear your last name.
Jan Moss
Thank you.
Horwitz.
What's the last name?
Horwitz.
Horwitz, thank you.
Horwitz.
Thank you. Shira Cohen?
Ms. Horwitz. So I know you were speaking on behalf of Ms. Sturgewall? Steigerwall.
Regina.
And Regina. And I just looked at my messages and do not have a message from her. So if you could have her call my office.
Oh, sure.
And speak to Debbie Williams.
Because she was on the list.
Yes, if you could. Oh, yes. In fact, we'll reach out to her. Thank you.
Because I sent her a message that I was here. She had reached out to all the speech therapists because she couldn't be here, and she wanted somebody to read her
No, I
stuff.
appreciate
And
it.
she
Thank
sent
you.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shira Cohen.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Shira Cohen. I teach sixth graders at the Fountainville School of Arts and Sciences in North Philadelphia. I'm a proud rank and file union member of the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers and an organizer with the Caucus of Working Educators. 3 days before students were to start school this August, I came into my classroom and saw that a piece of my ceiling had fallen in. Dust covered everything and water destroyed hundreds of dollars worth of materials. I put a trash can on my radiator to catch the leak, and the unit blew hot air and dust throughout a room that was supposed to greet new students in under a week. This is just one classroom in tens of thousands across our city. Our students are poisoned by lead in the water and in the paint. We are collapsing in classrooms that reach nearly 100 degrees in the summer, fall, and spring heat. I have talked to educators who kill several mice a day while they are teaching their students. Public school staff are cleaning rodent feces off of the floors every single day. I have talked to workers who teach in their buildings in masks and students whose asthma worsens every year because of the air that they breathe. We know that the conditions in the city's longtime ignorance of them is an attack on Black and brown communities and poor neighborhoods. This is about dispossession and dehumanization of our people and of public education in Philadelphia. Since last year, we have waged a campaign to end the systematic neglect of the physical toxicity in our school buildings. PFT and community members en masse have signed a petition, I have a copy for all of you, to the school district and city council, and we demand the following. Make a plan to remediate all of the lead, mold, and asbestos in all of our schools now. Make a plan to treat all rodent infestations in all of our schools now. Make a plan to overhaul all heating and cooling systems in all of our schools now. And fund these repairs with an end to the 10-year tax abatements on large property owners in Philadelphia now. Today, the rank and file and our community members have a delivery for you. 3,300 people signed this petition, including 2,500 PFT members in more than 107 buildings. This petition has been entirely through in-person organizing on the ground in more than half of our district schools. We have had thousands of one-on-one conversations and meetings with union members, parents, and students. Additional buildings and community members have begun circulating this petition since its final printing, and our campaign is growing daily. Today, we are asking you to sign on to the demands of our communities who are organizing and every day are building more power. You have asked us to be patient, but I can confirm for you that we are done waiting. Not only are PFT members, parents, and students clear on the schools that our communities deserve, we are fighting and organizing for them. We are asking you to support ending the 10-year tax abatements that will fund the work to end our toxic school conditions, and that you make a plan to fix the toxic conditions in every single school in all of our buildings immediately. Fix our schools now.
Nick Palazzolo? Is Nick Palazzolo here? Barbara Dowdall, please. I don't think she's here yet. Okay, thank you, Lisa Haver. And while Lisa Haver comes to the table, I'll call the next group. Mama Gale, Ella Schwalb, Michelle Gaynor, Jenny Zhang, and Kendra Brooks. Please come to the front. Thank you.
I'm passing around a picture that I took at the Aspira hearings, where you can see binders and binders and boxes of paper. And I say that because I don't understand why no written documents are distributed at these public meetings. The decisions made by the board today in the next few months will show whether the change to local control will mean a real change from the practices and policies of the SRC. It was certainly shocking and disappointing to read that members of this board have encouraged string theory to come back and reapply after their application was denied. Despite statements made in committee meetings and the press, charter schools are not partners. They are not clients. The board should end the practice of negotiating in private with charters about renewals or amendments. The board is the authorizer for charters and has to take a critical look not only at the application, but at the effects, financial and otherwise, that any new charter or charter expansion would have on the public schools in this district. Although there are 5 amendment requests this year, only 3 are posted on the district website. Why? 2 requests are included in the renewals, but since the renewal evaluations were not publicly posted until today, 2 weeks after the charter operators got them, there was no way to know that. They were mentioned at the Student Achievement Committee, so if you were there, then you knew about these 2 other amendments, and if you weren't, then you didn't, unless you read the APS report. Not mentioned, though, at that meeting is the fact that Mariana Bracetti Charter was granted an enrollment expansion last year, so we have to ask, why are they back for more? I also want to ask about laboratory charter. Why would the charter school office recommend that lab charter be allowed to move and expand enrollment while admitting in its own report that the affected community was not notified? Why did some of the people in East Falls have to find this out on Facebook? And why is this paragraph the only information available here today on that issue? Laboratory was recommended for non-renewal 2 years ago for several deficiencies in all categories, but again, through private negotiations with the district, was allowed to stay open. Now they want to move and expand, which is also unclear because if you look at the charter school evaluation, there's an allusion to expansion, but since again, we don't actually see the amendment, there's no way to really know that. But the question is, could a school that barely educated its students, should it be allowed to recruit more? I have one question. When did the board or the SRC grant an amendment request to Eastern University Charter for relocation? Because I don't see how you're going to be able to approve the move for laboratory charter if Eastern University's...
We did not approve a move for Eastern.
Right, but you understand why I'm asking, because it, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mama Gail? Is Mama Gail here? Ella Schwab?
My name is Teresa Kelly Ruggiero. Ella is at new teacher induction and she wasn't available tonight, but I'm reading her testimony.
Can you restate your name, please?
Sorry, Teresa Kelly Ruggiero.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ella Schwab, and I'm a first-year teacher in a dual language classroom at McClure Elementary in Hunting Park. I would like to address a concern raised at recent board meetings about how to get student teachers in district classrooms to stay on as full-time teachers. As one of the 35% of student teachers from last year who chose to continue working with the district, I hope to shed some light on what might encourage other student teachers to stay. The district's own new hire orientation and induction programs stress the importance of valuing our students' diverse strengths and experiences in order to build relationships and deliver effective instruction. Many educators share these values, but not all have the institutional support to put them into practice. Luckily, our district offers a dual language program whose very existence represents a paradigm shift in the right direction. To attract new teachers who are eager to put their ideals into action, our recruiters should be flaunting the dual language program and making sure all eligible candidates know how effective and essential the dual language program is for our students. Student teaching in a dual language classroom allowed me to see firsthand a program that truly values student strengths and experiences. I saw the confidence and sense of self that students have when learning at school in the same language they speak at home, and their excitement about reading, writing, and speaking two languages. I saw that family engagement is consistently high, as parents feel the same pride and sense of belonging as their children do. As a new teacher, the dual language program had me hooked. Before and during site selection, I spoke to dual language teachers who told me, with brutal honesty, about the program's real needs, but also about its promise to empower our students and their families. These conversations gave me confidence to take the leap. Recruiters from the Office of Talent should be connecting prospective teachers to current teachers and encouraging these earnest, decisive conversations. Of course, we can't talk meaningfully about teacher recruitment without taking seriously the question of teacher retention. I know a fifth grade dual language class that has had 6 different teachers over the past 2 years. In a March meeting, Dr. Savoy Brooks asked how the district is investing in teachers and showing them how they are valued. We need smaller class sizes to meet the needs of our students. We need more quality professional development for teaching English learners and supporting pathways for earning ESOL certification. We need to know that our work is connected to a sustainable program that will grow with our students into the middle years and beyond. And finally, like all school-based district employees, we need funding and action for building repairs so that we aren't continuing to work in toxic conditions. Changes like these will ensure that passionate teachers while making schools safer, healthier, and more supportive.
Thank you. Thank you. Michelle Gaynor. Jenny Zhang. Kendra Brooks. Okay, I'm going to call the next group. Please come to the front. Robin Lowry, Linda Rubin, Coleman Posis, Sharon Bryant, and Eileen Posis. Is Robin Lowry here? Okay, thank you.
I didn't prepare specific words to hand out. I'm just going, I was supposed to be here the last month, speaking to hydration stations as well as bilingual education. I come from Edison High School today. This is my 25th year with the district, and I teach health and phys ed. Yes. And so anyway, I've gone through the chain of command to try to get hydration stations, and it was nice hearing Helen up here saying that that's a win. And I spoke to her at the back of the hall, and she said there's a legal requirement to have one water fountain per 100 students per floor. So I'm going to spend the week and count at Edison, but we currently have 3 hydration stations for 1,000 students, one of which works. One has never worked. One has needed a filter change, and we don't know anything about the filter changing. I've talked to the building engineer. I talked to Danielle Floyd. I've spoken here before at hydration stations. I work in a gym. I have one barely functional water fountain, one that has never worked. You know, and I mentioned earlier in the season that my gym was 45 degrees this winter. So, you know, these are the things that would attract teachers, to have conditions that we don't have to fight for the conditions of our school. I run around and find toilet paper when the locker rooms have no toilet paper. I run around and find paper towels if I can. Those types of little things, those little things that shouldn't be a scramble every day in our classrooms. Yes, the mouse droppings on the desk every day, check. But the hydration stations is just like what I'm kind of focusing in on here. It's a gym. And today we had Earth Day. I planned a massive event. It was very successful. We got over 800 water bottles for each student, and my dream was to then they keep those water bottles. They have the hydration stations functioning all throughout the building, and we reduce our plastic. But, you know, I did the water bottle part. We had different beverages and DIY sports drinks, but the hydration stations, you know, so I'm spending my time fighting for something that would not be a fight in the suburban school. I really believe that. I live in Germantown. Once again, we have neighbors leaving this month because their kids are now school age and they're leaving. I spend half the week in South Philly near Neppinger. We've had many good neighbors leave for the same, because they want to go to the schools where they don't have to fight for a playground. In my Germantown neighborhood, I've been working on Kelly Green, Kelly Elementary School public playground. We've been fighting 6 years with the district and fundraisers to get a playground. And those are my neighbors in Germantown that are leaving to go to the suburbs where we don't have to spend 6 years, because the wife has been working with us for the Kelly playground. They won't have to fight 6 years for a playground. That's the first complaint. You know, I'll be back later when we talk about this month's issue. Okay.
Linda Rubin.
I regularly attend board committee meetings. I'm continually impressed with board members' questions and comments to gain an understanding of how programs work, their impact on students and teaching staff, and even whether the purchase of a program or system is duplicative of one already being used. District staff responses range from helpful and coherent to general phrases of educationese strung together to an honest, "I can't answer that, I'll have to get back to you." Thoughtful discussion and reconsideration of various sides of any issue is a best practice. These discussions are usually held once and rarely revisited for final decisions. Public testimony is given, but separate from this dialogue, and rarely seems to be included in affecting the decision-making process. A top-down informed policy without bottom-up input is antithetical to real education. Please understand I am not disparaging the education, knowledge, and mission of district staff, but there's little emphasis on how a program actually works in a school setting versus how well it appears to work in the vacuum of an administrative point of view that emphasizes data. Many administration staff have little to no classroom experience, especially in Philadelphia schools. A key element often left out of this equation is the wealth of firsthand knowledge from frontline teachers about how Philadelphia schools are actually run, with all of the constraints, time factors, and different students' learning styles, strengths and challenges, and which programs work best for the staff to support students as a collaborative unit. Yes, we want to meet state goals, but we need to do that by improving student outcomes, by reaching and inspiring them interpersonally as well as academically. Let's not forget that students come to our schools with a host of issues not of their making that interfere with learning, and they look to us for confidence and support. At the February action meeting, several teachers testified about difficulties they were having with specific administrative demands that not only interfered with their teaching in a meaningful way, but created a punitive relationship between teachers and principals. Dr. Height, to your credit, you immediately said that was not how the program was to operate, spoke to the teachers on the spot for clarification, and said you would take care of it the next day. The value of teacher input when setting or monitoring policy is critical to teacher feelings of inclusion and job satisfaction. This board continually discusses the difficulties in teacher retention and in attracting highly qualified teachers. A culture of support and interaction between teachers and administration would go a long way to making Philadelphia schools more attractive as a career. I urge both board members and administrative staff to go out to schools and engage teachers and principals about what works and what's needed. And live streaming board committee meetings could increase the public's knowledge of what's being proposed, thus engaging their input. Thank you.
Coleman Poses, please. And after that is Sharon Bryant, Eileen Poses, and then Mama Gail. And then also Keziah Ridgway, Christian Banks, and Ginny McGill. If you can also come to the front, please. Thank you.
Okay. The U.S. presidential election is a little over 18 months away. The fate of the country may be dependent upon what happens within our state, and the state vote could very well hinge upon what happens in Philadelphia. In 2016, Pennsylvania's choice for president was decided by a little over 44,000 votes. According to the most recent census estimates and voter registration data, there are over 80,000 unregistered citizens within our city's boundaries. Why the large number of unregistered voters? A recent study published in the Election Law Journal in September of 2018 ranked Pennsylvania 31st among the 50 states in ease of voter registration and access to vote. Imagine what effect registering these voters in Philadelphia might have had upon the election in the state in 2016. Many of us in this room understand the lack of political will on the part of the General Assembly to effect the necessary changes to narrow the voter registration gap in the state. What is less understandable is why the School District of Philadelphia has not addressed the urgency of this issue within its purview. Native-born and naturalized high school students in the district turn 18 years old every day of the year. Why aren't these students given voter registration forms the day, week, or month that they turn 18? A homeroom teacher or a counselor might be able to perform such a task, along with spending a few minutes to assure that the form is completed correctly. There are also numerous people and organizations more than willing to lend a helping hand. Groups like POWER, the League of Women Voters, and retiree volunteers are currently involved in many such registration activities in schools once they know which students to register. Voter registration and voter engagement could even be a part of the civics curriculum in high school. In Maryland and Nebraska, school-sanctioned student registrars are trained and certified to perform voter registration in their schools. The benefits to the district should be self-evident. Since the district is constantly seeking adequate funding from the city and the state, an augmented electorate that is directly affected by insufficient resources should make obvious allies. And this constituency should be even larger if the district registered parents, many of whom are recently naturalized citizens at the time of their children's enrollment. Recently, I had the opportunity of interviewing candidates for city commissioner, several of whom stated having conversations with Dr. Height where he had expressed reservations about such activities because of the appearance of partisan politics. Whether such information is true, voter registration as a process is nonpartisan. And for whatever the district is doing, it can do so much more. Thank you.
Can you say something about that? Mr. Poses, so I want to make sure on the record, then I did not actually disagree with that. In fact, I encourage it, as we have 4 programs now that register students to vote, including the civics curriculum that could happen either in the 11th or 12th grade, just to ensure that all young people have an opportunity. Nonetheless, I heard some good recommendations from you, so we can add those things to our process for registering students as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I also wanted to add something to that comment because your comments are very timely. I had requested that the school district consider a policy where it is easy for students to vote when they turn 18, and that is something that we have discussed, and I hope will become part of our policies. The kids can just go to the office and get their voter registration forms at that time. So it's very timely, and we're on it.
It would be phenomenal. It would be great if a report were done maybe on a weekly, monthly basis for those children that turn 18 to alert them of that, of what you're talking about.
I agree, and I again, to speak to the piece that this is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of participating in a democracy. And it is part of citizenship, right? So if we take the politics out of it, that we should be, as a public education system, be training our kids to leave and transition into adulthood as engaged citizens. So
Okay.
that's what we're
We're on it.
Sharon,
Thank you.
Sharon Bryant. Is Sharon Bryant here? Hey, Eileen Poses, please. Thank you.
Early this year, the board voted to deny 3 new charter applications. Thank you. However, there is another insidious way that charters are expanding. Established charters are requesting enrollment increases and relocation, despite the fact that several of these requests come from schools that have refused to sign renewal agreements. The conditions apparently are not to the liking of the charters. Yet these same schools are expanding into new neighborhoods, much as Ad Prima went from the neighborhood of Frankfurt into the Mount Airy neighborhood last year with no community engagement. The board created a district partnership and community engagement committee, along with a parent and community advisory council. Why aren't these issues discussed with the community? How can these expansions be approved with no input from the community? Where is your commitment to the neighborhoods, and how can schools be rewarded with expansion amendments without fulfilling the necessary conditions approved by the board? Think also about the increasing transportation costs these expansions cause. It is evident from the Aspera hearings that have gone on for weeks and weeks that it is expensive and not easy to close these charters down. So why are charters, like Laboratory, permitted to expand? So I say, Olney Charter, Memphis Charter, Architecture and Design are a few of the failing charters, and they're paid on the public's dime. If some charters are substandard, then it's time to pull the cord, not just plead and ask permission. This our city cannot afford. We should rectify the process to renew our charter schools so the public can review it, and please follow sunshine rules. Auden, Reed, and Stetson Charter linger on in time. There are a few of our failing charters, and they're paid with the public's dime. Thank you.
Mama Gail.
Greetings. You know, a few minutes ago, when the man was talking about voting, I was thinking, who are these students that you're talking about transitioning? The ones that have not been educated over the past 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, Who are the young people that are about to go out into the world and you want them to vote? And many of them have not learned how to sign their name in cursive. We're talking about a system where children have been forgotten. Contracts, but when it comes to the children, there's a whole lot lacking. So when you were talking about it, again, I'm thinking, who are the students? These students here, the students that go to their schools and the other schools that we know have been at the top of the list? Are we talking about all the students that are about to graduate? When I walk through my neighborhood every year, more and more students that are graduating are on corners because they were not prepared to go into the world as they should have been. I was going to speak about bullying. Last night we had a meeting, some community people and Karen Lynch and Jody. And I wanted to know, what does that term really mean, bullying? Because I've got pictures on my phone of scars on children. I've got one child who has a scar or had a scar on his face and all across the bottom of his back. And another child who has a real long scar on his arm. And I've got visions of those that I've looked at personally but don't have a picture of. There has to be something done training-wise for people who are in these schools because they are not prepared to deal with the issues that they have. They don't have the training, and some of them don't have the patience, and some of them really don't care. They just don't care. And so I'm seeing children in different schools maltreated by adults. And I say maltreated because many of the incidents that go on are not reported by the school. Dr. Height, I remember when they talked about we don't have persistently dangerous schools anymore, and Karen reiterated that at the meeting last night. Just because they're not reported, the incidents are not reported, does not mean that the school is not dangerous. Not only are our children suffering, but adults are suffering in these schools. Not only are
Keziah Ridgway. I'm sorry.
Dr. Height, I believe you have a comment.
Yeah, and Mama Gail, I heard about your event last evening, and I know you had a good number of individuals there reporting on issues, and staff came away with some good information. I would also add, and for everyone here and for everyone viewing, that the bullying issue is real. And the only way we address that issue is to ensure that when an issue happens, whether it's reported by a child, a staff member, a counselor, a principal, whomever, the important thing is that that report is made. And because once that report is made, it allows us to target supports and training, to your point, in different ways. And so we're encouraging a lot of individuals to just make the report so that we can get information about where these things are occurring. Because to your point, if it goes in silence or if it's ignored or if it's not reported, then the young person so often is suffering. And so thank you for your work on this, but it's also really important to encourage all individuals to report that. And we even have a bullying hotline that individuals can make a report to as well. So thank you for the comments.
Thank you. Keziah Ridgway? Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to share some numbers with you. 69%, 24%, 6%, 49%, 20%, 14%, 8%, 7%. Keep these numbers in mind as I will explain their significance later. I want to speak to you about a current crisis that has become dire around the country and here in the city of Philadelphia. That crisis is the lack of black educators within our schools. As many of you know, the U.S. Department of Education used to require that schools be racially balanced or they would not receive certain kinds of aid from the government. This was extremely important as various research has shown that black teachers can improve the likelihood of success for black students. According to a recent study led by researchers from Johns Hopkins University and American University, the role model effect seems to show that having one teacher of the same race is enough to give a student the ambition to achieve, for example, to take a college entrance exam. But if going to college is the goal, having two teachers of the same race helps even more. That's just the findings of one study. Many more have been conducted and revealed that not only do black students benefit by having black teachers, white students do as well. Currently, according to the notebook, which had to request the information, 69% of Philadelphia district teachers are white, 24% are black, and 6% are Latino or Asian. This is highly problematic considering that Philadelphia students are 49% black, 20% Hispanic, 14% white, 8% Asian, and 7% multiracial. These numbers are abysmal. More needs to be done to recruit and retain black educators because our children are suffering. Many of them do not have educators that have their best interests at heart. They do not have anti-racist educators who are willing to be uncomfortable in their classrooms and talk about race, white privilege, and how this system continues to fail many black and brown children, and that it's by design and not a mistake. So we have to do something right now. The first step would be for the school boards to collect this data and post it publicly so that everyone can access those numbers. The second step is to provide monetary incentives to black educators coming out of university, which will alleviate the internal debate that many of us have about whether to pursue a career where we're making money to repay our debt or pursue our passion, which is teaching. Teachers who live in Philadelphia, which an overwhelming amount of them happen to be black educators, should be given a teacher tax credit. The district should also do more to provide resources for schools to create teacher apprentice programs for high schools that are geared to producing students who graduate already knowing that they want to and can become an educator. Now, I know that these issues won't be fixed overnight, which is why I asked for the expansion of the anti-racist and bias training that myself and fellow Philadelphia educators spent over 30 hours creating. It needs to be a mandatory training. This training could save lives. This training could literally save lives, and it could mean the difference between children of color dropping out of school and going to college. So I ask
Is Christian Banks? Ginny McGill? Thank you.
This brings us to the end of speakers speaking on the March 30 agenda items. So thank you for making the extra effort to be here this evening. Next on our agenda is Dr. Height. It's time for your opening remarks. Your
That's good. Yeah. So good afternoon, and thank you, President Wilkinson. This is always an exciting time of year, and I want to thank all of the individuals who came in to speak on these issues, and we look forward to working with you. And I am most interested in the anti-racist and bias training that I heard that you said you designed. And so, right, and I know you teach history at Northeast, I already know, right? So thank you. This is always an exciting time of year, and the end of the year is just around the corner. And so are the celebrations. And so we honor our graduating seniors who are leaving us for college. career, the military, or whatever else awaits them. We recognize the hard work of our students, our teachers, our principals, our counselors, our support staff, and families who've made the school year so successful for these students. And we get ready for the summer. And while many of us plan on taking a vacation, we know there's more work ahead, even though the students are out of school. But it's also the perfect time for reflection about why we do the work that we do. It's also about supporting our students at different points during their education so that when they leave us, they have the skills they need to be successful in whatever fields they choose. When you invest in students, when you give them the tools they need from an early age to be thoughtful readers and problem solvers, they will go on to become successful, engaged adults. And that's represented in a cyclical way this time of year, because just as we're getting ready to say goodbye to the class of 2019, we're also getting ready to welcome the class of 2032. One of the best ways we can invest in our students from a young age is by enrolling them in kindergarten. Since we know that kindergarten boosts students' academic achievement and strengthens their social and emotional skills and their ability to learn to read by the time they're in the 3rd grade. This year, we're encouraging families to enroll their students by May 31st so that our schools, teachers, and principals can get ready for our students over the summer. We are also once again hosting our Kindergarten Open House Week this year from May 6th through May 10th. This is an annual event that provides families of incoming kindergartners the opportunity to visit their neighborhood school and register their student for kindergarten. Families should contact their neighborhood school for more information or visit the district's website at philasd.org/K-registration for a schedule of events. Please remember that any child who will be 5 years old on or before September 1st, 2019 is eligible for kindergarten. So it is critical to make sure students are registered so we can put them on the right path. And at this same time, we are also honoring our graduating high school seniors as they move on to the next exciting phase of their lives. Next week is College Signing Day, where thousands of high school seniors who are headed to college, trade school, or the military will gather at the Leah Core Center for a day of celebration. This year's theme is homecoming, and our keynote speaker is Philly's own Dawn Staley. Dawn graduated from Murrell Dobbin CTE High School and is the coach of the NCAA championship winning women's basketball team at the University of South Carolina. We want to make this year's celebration better than ever, so I'm inviting all district staff to wear the colors of their college, their children's college, their favorite college team, or their branch of the military on College Signing Day, Wednesday, May 1st. It's a great way for us to all show support for the graduating students who have made the most of their time in high school. So be sure to rep your colors on Wednesday, May 1st, and let's cheer on all of our graduates who are moving on. And if anyone needs a reminder about why investing in public education is so important, be sure to follow along with us on social media as we highlight our College Signing Day, Kindergarten Open House Week, graduations, and other exciting events. Speaking of investments, we've made it easier, and for those of you who were here at the budget hearing, we've made it easier than ever for members of the public to learn more about how the strategic investments we've made in our schools are improving outcomes for students, and how we plan to build on the momentum next year. This year, we've launched a new webpage, philasd.org/investments. There you can find informative Did You Know videos, a helpful budget presentation, and the more detailed budget books for fiscal year 2020. We invite everyone to visit this webpage, be informed, and support our continued progress. Another crucial way that we engage with parents and staff and students about how to best support and invest in our schools is through a district-wide survey. There are just a few more weeks to take the survey, which can be found online at philasd.org/DWS. We use the information we gather to make decisions about how to focus our resources, so it's important to participate. We're even offering incentives like $25 gift card drawings for participants and pizza parties for schools with the most participation. Please visit philasd.org before June 7th to take the survey. And in the spirit of transparency regarding investments and decisions around our schools, also wanted to make brief comments on last month's voting regarding metal detectors. Our goal remains to create safe, more caring learning environments for students that don't marginalize them or make them feel unsupported. That's why we're committed to working with third parties who have experience in this issue to develop protocols and expectations for the use of the devices and security checks in schools. We will work to create a training plan so that school police officers, principals, and staff receive training on implementation before the beginning of the upcoming year. And we are committed to engaging with their students so that they continue to have a voice in this process. We thank everyone once again who has engaged with us on this issue in a thoughtful way and will provide important updates as needed. Madam President, I now want to shift attention to several items that are before the board tonight related to the cost of educating students who are being served outside district schools. I know there was a discussion and review of these items at a recent Student Achievement and Support Committee, but I wanted to provide a brief explanation of these action items for tonight's meeting. The Pennsylvania Public School Code permits students to be educated outside of their local school district under certain circumstances. These student placements can occur for educational or non-educational reasons. The action items before you tonight are to ensure that the district is complying with its legal obligation for these students. The school district budgets for these costs each year as part of its ongoing operation. The number of students in these placements has not changed significantly over the past 3 years. Educational placements are made when a school district is unable to provide the educational program required for a student with an individualized education program. Typically, these placements are made by the school district in conjunction with the IEP team when the nature or intensity of the disability is such that that education in the district, even with the use of supplementary aids and services, cannot be achieved in a satisfactory way. Action items number 47 and IU2 are for the district's cost associated with these kinds of placements. Non-educational placements are made when students are placed in a program for reasons not related to the student's educational needs. These placements are not made by the school district. These placements are typically made by a local court, a county mental health agency, or a juvenile justice system. There's some action items tonight. Action items number 17, 53, and 55 are for the district's cost associated with these types of placements. I hope this information has provided some help to the board as they look at those action items and consider the conversations that happened during the committee meeting. And that, Madam President, concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Height? Seeing none, let's move on then. Board members and student board members, it's now time for committee reports. We'll start with our student representatives. All right. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, President Wilkerson. So first, we want to let everyone know that the deadline to apply to be a student board representative for the 2019-2020 school year has been extended until May 14th. This is an incredible opportunity that we hope students will take advantage of because before we returned to local control last year, we were not represented in the previous governing body. To qualify for the role, students must be entering the 11th or 12th grade in a Philadelphia public or charter school. They must have a grade point average of 2.5 or above, be willing to represent their peers at Board of Education meetings, value the importance of youth voice, and feel it is imperative to include youth in the public education decision-making process. Please apply or encourage those you know who meet the qualifications to apply. And then finally, Alfredo and I look forward to presenting a summary of our work this school year on May 30th before the action meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Next, we'll hear from our Finance and Facilities Committee, Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Madam President, and I would be remiss if I didn't express my thanks to Julie and Alfredo for serving as our student representatives this year. Like us, you're kind of breaking new ground, and you did just such a fantastic job. I'm so thankful and appreciative and in awe of all you've done for us, so thank you. This month, we are in the middle of budget season. We heard from public participants who were interested in the budget process, Co-Chair Ahea Hinton and I thank you for that. We also received 2 reports from district staff. One was on charter school funding. Ori Monson, our Chief Financial Officer, presented an overview of charter school funding, which included information regarding that charter school funding as established by law is based on per pupil payments made by the district for each student. Per pupil costs have grown over time. The charter school per pupil rate is based on the district's prior year spend per pupil. Charter schools currently make up 37% of the district's total enrollment, while charter school costs make up 30% of the district's total spend. And over the past 10 years, total enrollment has remained relatively flat, while charter school enrollment has grown by more than 30,000 students. Additionally, Mr. Monson reviewed the anticipated charter expenditures and growth rate projections over the next 5 years and shared the key drivers of those projections. And finally, the committee was made aware of and had discussion on City Council legislation that is currently being discussed that may affect district finances. I'll note that the full presentation of all of that material is available on our website with materials from our meeting. We also had, as is our norm, a monthly facilities renovation and remediations update by our Chief Operating Officer, Danielle Floyd, who provided updates on the 7 active paint stabilization and plaster projects. In March, there was 1 school that reached substantial completion and work began at 4 new schools. We learned that district staff attended 5 meetings in March to speak with school communities and building staff about the paint stabilization program and answer questions. We also, operations continues to monitor and support the heating needs of schools. We now have a 96% rate of operating boilers and at least 1 operating boiler at each school. Our committee will receive additional information and discuss the district's plan to monitor and upgrade systems at the start of next school year in the fall. As for a design and construction project update, there are currently 52 projects assigned to a design professional, out of which 4 are newly assigned projects. There are also 42 active construction projects. 4 reached substantial completion in March. Those are the Morrison Fire Alarm Replacement, J. Hampton Moore Major Renovation, Forest Fire Alarm Replacement, and Lankanaw Paving and Stormwater Management. Finally, Ms. Floyd provided updates on the number of indoor environmental quality events in March. I will note that full presentations are available with materials of our meeting on our website. We were also made aware of and had discussion on action items that are coming before the board today, and there are no recommendations from the committee on these items. Thank you.
Danielle,
Thank you.
Don't let what happened to my husband happen to anybody from a faulty boiler. My husband almost died from a faulty boiler. Don't let that happen again, Dr. Height.
Thank you. Our next report is from Student Achievement. I believe it's Dr. McGinley.
Yes. At this month's meeting, our committee received 2 reports from district staff. We briefly discussed action items, and we heard from public participants. The district reports included a report on the school level plans that are due to the Department of Education in June. All schools, including 43 comprehensive support and improvement schools and 17 targeted support and improvement schools, owe those reports to Harrisburg. 157 are not designated, and their reports are here in the district. Those plans are posted on the district's website for public comment, where they will be in May, and an update will be provided at our committee meeting in May. The second report was an update from Christina Grant, the interim chief of charter schools of the Charter Schools Office, who provided an overview of the 2018-19 renewal and amendment recommendations, mid-cycle amendment recommendations, and the proposed action for the Philadelphia Hebrew Charter School charter agreement, which we will be considering at this evening's meeting. The presentation included a detailed timeline for the renewal process, as well as recommendations for this year's renewal cohort. Finally, Ms. Grant provided an overview of action items 3 and 4 on tonight's agenda, which are mid-cycle amendment requests, and we'll be discussing those a little later. Dr. McIver and I would like to thank all the participants who came out to speak at our meeting. All the materials from our meeting are posted on the website. Our committee also discussed action items, but there were no specific recommendations from the committee on any action items this evening. At next month's meeting, our committee will receive information on district programs that support students with special education needs, as well as more information on the status of charter school applications and renewals.
Thank you, Dr. McGinley. Next, we'll hear from our Partnership and Community Engagement Committee, and I believe Ms. Fix Lopez is making that report.
Thank you. So over the year, our committee has held 2 meetings in the North Philadelphia and West Philadelphia neighborhoods. We have also consistently visited schools, met with organizations that partner with our schools and stakeholders throughout the city. In early June, we're going to have another meeting. It's going to be a bit different. It will be run like the committee meetings for all of the other committees, which is not how our previous meetings have been held. So at this June meeting, we will be having our end of the year committee meeting where we will share feedback that we have received at our community meetings, as well as from schools, partners, and various communities. And I think it's important to note that the work that we've been focusing on is centered around Policy 918, which is district-wide parent and family engagement policy. It's a long policy, so I would encourage you to take a look at that, especially if you're going to be coming to the June meeting. We've been working with Karen Lynch and her team talking about how does that policy play out into practice. And so that's a lot of what we've been framing this past year of talking about how is it in practice, what do we see, and what is the community saying around that. So we will discuss that in June and invite speakers at that committee meeting, just like all of the other committee meetings have been operating. One of the other things that we've talked a lot about this year is the district-wide survey, how we're using the survey, what we're looking at, the accessibility of the survey. And so I would just encourage everybody to fill out the survey. So parents, teachers, staff, it is open until beginning of June. So if you haven't yet filled it out, please fill it out, and that's it. Thanks.
Are there any questions on any of the reports? Our next committee report is from our Policy Committee. Dr. McCulkin.
Thank you, President Wilkerson. So the Policy Committee did not meet this month, but we're busy as bees getting ready for our next meeting in May with lots of policies that we're reviewing. That will be held on May 16th, 2019 at 1 p.m. The agenda and draft policies to be reviewed at that meeting will be posted on our website May 9th, 1 week before the meeting. Action 1 on tonight's agenda includes policies that were reviewed at our committee meeting in March. There are 8 draft policies included in the action item for public review. Those policies are Policy 003.1, non-voting student representatives, Policy 007, Code of Ethics, Policy 112, Comprehensive School Counseling Program, Policy 121, Field Trips, Social Events, and Class Trips, Policy 208, Withdrawal from School, Policy 213, Assessment of Student Progress, Policy 610, Purchases Subject to Competitive Process, and Policy 812, Property Insurance. Additionally, the Board of Education will consider the elimination of Policies 120, Human Growth and Development, Policy 231, School Events and Class Trips, and 710, Use of Facilities, Equipment, and Supplies by Staff, because relevant portions of these policies have been incorporated into draft policies within this action item to increase efficiencies. Policy 120, Human Growth and Development, is incorporated into the academic program and curriculum. So there's no action on these draft policies at tonight's meeting. These policies and administrative procedures will be on the agenda for consideration by the board at the May action meeting. In addition, we did hear the comments in regard to 206, assignment within the district. We'll look at that and look when that will be placed on the agenda, as well as discuss topics related to voter registration and whether or not that needs to be incorporated into policy. Thank you very much. And on a personal note, I forgot to mention earlier, I do have to leave early after the action item voting, so my apologies to speakers that I'll miss, but I will check in with my other fellow board members and policy committee members to see if there are other issues relevant to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. McCulkin. Are there any questions on that report? Next on our agenda is hearing from our speakers on action items that we'll be voting on this evening. I want to note that we have received numerous written testimonies as well as a petition with over 600 signatures as related to the relocation of laboratory charter. We've also received written testimony from Preet Patek of Pay Philly and Kashara White regarding consent culture. And with that, Ms. Rock, would you please share our speakers policy and then call up our speakers?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'm happy to say the same speaker rules apply as announced earlier. I'm going to call up the first five: Linda Rubin, Lisa Haver, Carla Lewandowski, Mary Alice Duff, and Deborah Grill.
She's back. Good evening. I'm speaking against item 3, particularly lab charter. I spoke at the earlier budget meeting to implore this board to put a hold on charter amendment requests to admit more students, expand grade levels to be served, and to stop the business plan model of expansion by relocating to parts of the city other than the neighborhoods they signed up for. The charter law does not provide for amendments to charters. Therefore, the district is under no obligation to approve any amendments. I have questions about CSO and board oversight due diligence when approving these amendments. Let me cite from the CSO recommendation for lab charter. First, the recommendation is pending until verification that the current tenant vacates the premises in time. If the current tenant is Eastern University Charter, which the SRC voted to non-renew a year and a half ago, and for which the Charter Appeal Board has not even scheduled a hearing, thereby allowing this failed school to remain open ad infinitum, you've got a problem, and the vote shouldn't be held. Perhaps Lab Charter just wants this relocation approval in its back pocket for future use. If it's not Eastern University Charter, grades 7 to 12, and that school remains on site in addition, then the board should vote against creating this new charter mall complex, which will be comprised of at least 3 schools, including the new Hebrew Charter, along with students from 5 to 7 years of age from 32 zip codes. Next, moving to a single larger family would allow the charter to serve its maximum authorized enrollment. Why was Lab Charter previously given approval for enrollment amounts and/or increases if they couldn't accommodate them in their current buildings? Again, from the recommendation, potentially improve its long-term financial stability. You're recommending the uprooting of over 1,000 K-8 students from 3 lab charter schools to send them to a non-neighborhood facility to potentially improve its financial stability? Lab Charter has a history of problems with its operations, including the arrest of their initial CEO for fraud in 2012 and continued problems leading to the SRC's non-renewal consideration in 2017 over its organization and financial problems. This is a school you want to bet on this soon? Lab Charter did not do sufficient outreach to assess the impact on any of the neighborhoods, old or new. They may not care about potential damage to the stability of their former neighborhoods to have 3 abandoned schools sitting in them or turned over to developers for bargain basement price, as with Germantown High School and Fulton Elementary School, but you should. Charter schools bleed money from the district's budget and obviously don't feel any compunction to work in conjunction with district public schools. The board needs to stop approving all new charter applications and to not vote for any new amendment requests until it has done a risk.
Lisa Haver.
So anyway, I'm going to be speaking on the same thing as are a couple other people. And I think part of this topic is something that the Community Engagement Committee should pay attention to, because there's been such a lack of community engagement on this issue. The process for considering new charter applications is an extended one with opportunity for public engagement. The amendment process, in which charters have been allowed to expand past their authorized maximum enrollment, has not been. Unfortunately, the board is doing things in the same way that the SRC did. Amendments are not posted, but the charter school office reports on them are posted. And actually, the charter school office homepage states, again, the Pennsylvania Charter school law does not provide for amendments to charters, and thus the Charter Schools Office of the district is not required to review amendment requests from charter schools. The Charter School Office may review amendment requests at its discretion. I was really shocked to read this because I've been coming to these meetings for years, and we've had amendment after amendment, expansion, relocation, like People for People had a K-8 school. It's like, oh, you want a high school? Yeah, sure, have a high school. That's done like through an amendment process, which I take back the word process. It's done through an amendment. But it seems that every request for an amendment is considered and most are granted. So has the board actually calculated how many charter seats have been added? Just say like in the past 10 years through amendment request versus like new charter applications. Why is the Charter School Office recommending passage of all these amendments this year? It's not really in the best interest of the community. But I want to thank you, Dr. McGinley, for answering my question, because I don't understand how, if Eastern University is in that building, they're awaiting some decision from the Charter Appeal Board. They may actually be closing if they lose their appeal. But the board, or neither the SRC or the board, granted them an amendment to relocate. And they can't relocate unless the board gives them permission to. So I don't see how this would work. I don't see how the board can approve this change, this amendment for lab, have them move over to 3300 Henry, not knowing what's going to happen at EU, which means there would be, 3 different charter schools in that building. So I'm asking the board, when you consider this, to please address the concerns of the community, which members of the community here who have not been asked about this, and explain why you're going to take the vote and what you are. But the best thing to do really is to at least postpone this vote. Thank you.
Carla
Ms.
Lewandowski, please.
I want to just correct one thing that you said, Ms. Haver. The Charter School Office did not recommend approval of all amendment requests. There were 2 amendment requests that were discussed in public. There were other amendment requests that were not recommended by the Charter School Office.
Are you talking about the renewal amendment request?
Amendment requests. I'm not talking about renewal. I'm talking about amendment requests.
Yeah, I mean, like the mid-cycle ones or the renewal ones?
I'm talking about amendment requests, which are mid-cycle.
Okay.
Members of the school board, my name is Dr. Carla Lewandowski, and I'm the mother of 2 kids at Thomas Mifflin School in East Falls. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. There are 4 main reasons that I believe you should vote no, or at very least postpone this vote. My primary concern is the lack of laboratory charters outreach prior to this vote. To put it simply, there was none. The Charter School Office report states that there is no evidence that the charter school has engaged residents and community stakeholders of the new location. We feel this lack of engagement should disqualify them from being voted upon, as this is a major component of any school's move to a community, especially one that will bring 1,000 students to our neighborhood. Secondly, if this amendment is approved, we have no recourse because this vote is final. This is a decision that should not be made quickly, given how many years we would potentially have this school. At the very least, East Falls residents need to be given the opportunity to ask questions about the school regarding how they will be able to fit 1,700 students, counting Philadelphia Hebrew Charter's 700 approved last year, in a facility that has traditionally held 350. 3300 Henry has 1 main entrance to accommodate 1,700 students and their parents, and already houses several health facilities without any clear discussion of whether or not the infrastructure can handle almost 1,400 more students. Moreover, I can guarantee you that the school district will be dealing with serious traffic and safety issues if this move is approved, not the least of which is the fact that they would have to bus the students over half an hour along City Line Avenue. My bigger question to the new school board is this: how do you decide when and where charter schools move into a community? It can't be just about what is good for the school, since it is obvious that this would be good for lab. With a financial health of 0 out of 7, of course they want to consolidate and increase the money they receive from more students. But shouldn't your decision be based more than just whether or not a building has the space and whether or not a charter school's financial standing will be made better? Please tell me, what does this school do for East Falls, since we literally just got another charter school this year with a cap of 700? Where's the value added for the community with yet another charter school in the exact same location, with the exact same grades, K to 8? Why are we letting the interests of a charter school outweigh the interests of a community that is working hard to make its neighborhood school a viable choice for all? In fact, Mifflin has had more students from East Falls enroll for this year than ever before. Dr. McIver, you once said the board is beholden to the children of Philadelphia. I agree. Does the free movement of charter schools based on their interests rather than those of the community serve our students? The new school board needs to make it clear that this is no longer the state-run SRC. This Philadelphia School Board is just a school board that cares about the
Mary Alice Duff.
Hi, my name is Mary Alice Duff, and I am here as an East Falls community member, business owner, mother of a pre-K student at Mifflin, and vice president of the East Falls Community Council. Prior to April 11th, I had no knowledge of Lab Charter's intent to move to my neighborhood. I only learned of it by accident, via Facebook. Naturally, myself and a lot of other members of the community were alarmed. How could we be so in the dark about a school coming to our neighborhood to serve 1,000 students? Over the past 2 weeks, I and many other concerned community members have learned everything we could about this move. From the data gathered and the discussions held, the lack of community engagement by Lab Charter feels intentional. A simple Google search reveals East Falls Community Council as the first thing when you Google East Falls Community. How hard would it have been to reach out and ask for a meeting to discuss? Posting a single flyer in a single restaurant in our neighborhood does not constitute community engagement. I understand that it is in Lab Charter's best financial interest to consolidate their 3 campuses, and I am empathetic to their dire financial situation. However, rushing a move to 3300 Henry Avenue is not the answer. In less than 2 weeks, our community has organized. We have held meetings on the phone, in person. We've called our state representatives, our city representatives, and we've emailed all of you. In addition, we reached out to the Inquirer and the Notebook. We have an online petition. We went door to door over Passover and Easter weekend. For reference, that's what community engagement looks like. I, along with the EFCC, voted unanimously. Nearly 700 individuals who signed our petition and 58 neighbors who signed physical petitions are asking, at the very least, you delay this vote until we understand the true ramifications to our community. If the board isn't able to honor this request and delay this vote until more information is gathered and the community is truly engaged, I will say that you have lost my faith in what should be an equitable, fair, and transparent process. In addition to my aforementioned concerns, I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to applaud my local public school, Thomas Mifflin Elementary. In a world where we do not hear enough positive news about Philadelphia public neighborhood schools, I can say that from the moment I stepped into East Falls when my daughter was 1 year old, I knew she was going to Thomas Mifflin Elementary. Mifflin is in every sense of the word a community. While I'm sure it's not Lab Charter's intent to disrupt our local public neighborhood school, we have to ask ourselves, what message does it send our kids when we open another charter school in a neighborhood serving 1,700 kids in the same age group when we have a local neighbor public school with seats available ready to educate our students? Thank you for your time, and I strongly urge you to postpone this vote tonight.
Deborah Grill. And can Christine Lubert and Cecilia Thompson please come to the front to speak after Deborah Grill? Thank you.
Hello again. I'm here to speak on item 58, the proposed contract with Relay Graduate School of Education to train principals and instructional coaches. And this is not the first time I've spoken about Relay over the years. Relay is not affiliated with any legitimate college or university. It was founded by 3 charter school networks to train their teachers. Relay's teacher preparation has been described by Ken Zeichner, Boeing professor
of Teacher Education at the University of Washington and member of the National Academy of Education, as a very narrow preparation to engage in a very controlling and insensitive form of teaching that is focused almost entirely on raising student test scores. Based on Doug Lemov's Teach Like a Champion, it focuses on practices to the exclusion of theory. According to Zeichner, there's no credible research that supports the use of Lemov's methods with students. Relay is not accredited in Pennsylvania. The State Department of Education denied Relay's application to offer its New York-approved Master of Arts in Teaching for a number of reasons. The first and foremost being, and I quote, Relay failed to demonstrate a sufficient understanding of the requirements for approval to offer courses through an education enterprise that would lead to an MAT degree. In other words, Relay's understanding of the state requirements for approval was so lacking that they couldn't fill out the application correctly, even after being given several chances. Yet this is who you want to train your principals, coaches, and teachers? The DOE went on to cite the insufficient evidence of the teaching of research techniques and results. Relay actually tried to pass off the teaching of classroom assessment techniques as academic research. Since Relay doesn't teach research, they have no need for a physical library. All their resources are online with no access to resources that have not been digitized. According to the DOE, Relay failed to provide evidence that it would employ a sufficient number of qualified personnel for operating in Pennsylvania. The Relay Philadelphia Camden campus doesn't include a list of the faculty or their qualifications on their website other than a short bio of the dean. Relay's National Vice Provost of Academic Programs taught for 3 years in a business school and has a PhD in resource allocation behavior, decision-making under ambiguity. What exactly does that mean? Relay has few leaders with doctorates, engages in no research, has no library, and has no relationship to the advancement of knowledge and education. If Relay is a school of education, then it's the McDonald's of teacher-principal preparation, with a limited menu and a low overhead. Philadelphia students, teachers, and principals deserve more than a diet of educational fast food. I urge the board.
Kristen Lubert.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Height. My name is Kristen Lubert. I'm a teacher and a member of the PFT and the Caucus of Working Educators. I'm speaking tonight, like my friend Debbie, to urge you to vote against the contract for the Relay Graduate School to provide principal professional development to the district. Of course, our administrators are in need of good quality professional development, but I do not believe what they need can be provided by outsourcing this task. As Dr. McGinley pointed out at the last Student Achievement and Support Committee meeting, Relay is not an accredited graduate school in Pennsylvania, and our principal development would be better provided by in-house educators. There are several reasons for this. Of course, our principals take many paths to becoming an administrator, and unfortunately, lately, these paths are becoming shorter and shorter. And they cannot know everything about all student populations in a school when they take the reins as educational leader. Therefore, each principal, much like teachers, needs specific and targeted professional development in order to enable them to be competent in their leadership. Let's say, for example, that a new principal was a 7th and 8th grade social studies teacher and is now being asked to lead a K-8 school in which 30% of the students have special needs. First of all, this new principal has never taught a child to read and must learn what good reading instruction and best practices look like. This principal also must learn how to recognize excellent practice in autistic support classes, multiple disabilities classes, hearing support classes, etc. This principal needs targeted PD that enables them to best serve that community. Or let's consider the new principal who was once an elementary grade teacher, but now must lead a high school with several CTE programs and a large number of English language learners. This principal desperately needs to know what comprises a good CTE program and what best practices they should be looking for. They also need to be apprised of the pedagogy and processes of language acquisition and development for English language learners. If they are not willing and able to learn these things, they will fail both their students and their teachers. They also require PD targeted to their needs. We cannot expect principals to enter their schools knowing everything about every program and student, but we can expect them to be eager and willing to learn how best to serve their school communities. The way to do this is to learn from the actual on-the-ground experts, the teachers, curriculum developers, coaches, and program specialists who have worked in the STP for years, not waste money on an outsourced AirSATS graduate school. Thank you.
Cecilia Thompson.
Good evening. The only thing I wanted to say about action item 44 is I didn't see anything that provides dual enrollment opportunities to individuals with disabilities. I'm sure that's probably understood, but it just wasn't written in the particular action item. So I'm hoping that it's just a mere oversight on the part of whoever wrote up the action item. Now I need to shift to Cecilia, Trevor's mom. I received a very disturbing email from my son's teacher over a very long battle with King High School because I asked for homework for him to be taught how to read, how to write, how to do math, a resume, and a job application. And this young lady, supported by her principal, Ms. Wilkins, sent to me at the advice of my lawyer, a legal advice, a physician, and a psychiatrist, she can't have communication with me. Now, the only person that should have any type of mental anything is me, because I have to look these people in their faces as they lie to me about not educating my child. I have to still remain Ms. Thompson. They know I'm not going to go off. There's no footage, nothing of whenever I've gone to this school, I've acted properly. I've gone to where I'm supposed to go, and then I leave. I don't volunteer. I only go for IEP meetings. The only reason why I'm bringing this to your attention is because from now to June 4th, I don't want to be banned from the school by Ms. Wilkins for some made-up anything. My son has not been a problem at this school. I don't want problems to all of a sudden occur. And we have a IEP meeting May 10th. This woman wrote this IEP. I have a right to ask questions. If she feels that I'm going to attack her, which I've never done, I've never said anything negative about this person, the school police can be there. King has more than enough school police. But I have a right to ask questions about somebody who has written my son's IEP. Because you don't want to do it, the loser is not me. The loser, my son has a disability, but this is a black man. He's 20, and you are failing and not preparing my black male child for what he needs. And this is not fair.
So, Ms. Thompson, so Dr. Bird is going to talk to you, and even if we have to accompany you to that meeting, we're going to have that meeting, and you're going to get to ask those questions, and we want to resolve that issue so that your son will get what they need. So Dr. Bird is going to talk to you.
Are there any other questions? This brings us to the consideration of our action items for this evening. I want to thank everybody who's taken the time to come and speak out on the items on our agenda. Action item 1 is only up for review. There is no action needed on this item. This item, as Dr. McCulkin mentioned, is for the amendment of board policies 003.1, 112, 121, 208, 213, 610, and 812, as well as the adoption of policy 007. These will be up for final consideration at our next meeting. Are there any questions about any of these policies? Next, we have action item 2, which is authorization of the authority of the Office of Inspector General. May I have a motion and a second to consider action item 2?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments about action item 2? Ms. Rock, please call the roll.
Ms. Dancy? Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next item is action item number 3, and I'd like to say a few words about the midterm material amendment request for lab charter and its move to a new location. First, I want to thank everyone who has come out tonight and reached out to express your thoughts, concerns, and excitement about this proposed move. In reviewing a material amendment request such as a location change, we need to determine how to balance the needs of the school students, families, and staff against the needs of the larger community within which it is intending to locate. These requirements are requirements that are set out in resolution in policy 406, which was a long debated policy adopted by the SRC. I believe the Charter School Office report gives a very clear picture of the strengths and weaknesses of this amendment request. While it's clear that the move is thoughtfully planned and will be beneficial to the school students and families, it's equally clear there's not been enough planning and thought put into making sure this move will work for the community into which the school intends to locate. This board has said repeatedly that we intend to operate one system of public schools. This is one of our main priorities. We cannot look at each decision in isolation. All decisions have to be taken in the context of supporting a complete system of excellent education. In this case, I therefore propose that we delay this vote in order to gain additional information that will better enable us to make a thoughtful, informed decision. Some of the questions the board has raised are: what additional outreach has the charter school done in the proposed neighborhood? What has the school done to address any reasonable concerns that have been raised while doing this outreach? Given the feedback that we've received about concerns related to traffic from the new charter school and proposed relocated laboratory charter school, how many of these concerns have been addressed as we design bus routes for the new charter schools? Finally, what do the enrollment trends of other charter schools tell us about what we can expect for the enrollment trends in these new schools that are both housed in the same location? Specifically, are charter schools more likely to pull students that are geographically close to them? If so, this is an area where students are in need of additional public school options, or are there other areas of the city that could better benefit from these charter seats? I would also propose that we look specifically at the impact on the Mifflin School, which is the only walkable school in the neighborhood for neighborhood children. I'd like to propose that these questions are answered by the Charter School Office. And so with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I propose that we postpone this matter. Postpone consideration.
Sorry. The question is, are you moving to postpone indefinitely?
Indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or questions? Will you call Ms. Ahia Hinton?
I was just going to say, I think that it's the right thing to do right now.
Ms. Hay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Ms. Rock, call the roll.
Thank you. On the motion to postpone action item 3 indefinitely, Ms. Dancy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton,
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Huang,
Yes.
Dr. McColgan.
You know what, I should have asked this question before you started roll call. I'm not sure I'm clear on, in postponing indefinitely, and are we able to do that from the standpoint of this amendment was requested?
Yes, you are able to do that, and yes, it means you're not setting it for a particular time.
We're not, okay, at
Thank
this
you.
time? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. McGinley,
Yes.
Dr. McIver.
Yes.
Vice President Walker,
Yes.
President Wilkerson. Yes. Thank you.
Our next item is action.
Procedural clarification.
I'm sorry.
Madam President, I'm not sure I heard someone second the motion. Oh, you did? No, thank you.
No comment. Our next item is action item 4. It's a midterm charter amendment requested by the Philadelphia Electrical and Technology Charter School to change its location. May I have a motion and a second to consider BOE action item 4?
So moved.
Is there a second? Are there any
Second.
questions or comments on BOE 4? Ms. Rao, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Danzy. Ms. Ahaya Hinton,
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Huang,
Yes.
Dr. McColgan,
Yes.
Dr. McGinley,
Yes.
Dr. McIver.
Yes.
Vice President Walker,
Yes.
President Wilkerson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next item is action item 5 concerning the granting of a charter to Philadelphia Hebrew Public Charter School. I believe this is a charter application that was approved by the School Reform Commission, and it comes back to us for final approval of the charter agreement. Is there a motion to approve the charter agreement?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments about this application? Or this resolution? Ms. Rock, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Danzy.
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton,
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez.
No.
Mr. Huang,
Yes.
Dr. McColgan,
Yes.
Dr. McGinley.
Yes, and I want to explain why. This organization met the requirements that were laid out by the SRC. This organization met the requirements laid out by the SRC, and I feel it's our obligation to approve the agreement.
Dr. McIver,
Yes.
Vice President Walker,
Yes.
President Wilkerson.
Yes.
Thank you. The action item 5 passes by a vote of 8 to 1.
Thank you. Our next items are action items 6 through 10. May I have a motion and a second to consider action items 6 through 10?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions from any board members or student reps? Hearing none. Ms. Rock, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, and I understand there is one abstention. Please state that when I call. Ms. Danzy,
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton,
Abstaining from Miller Connection.
Ms. Fix Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Huang,
Yes.
Dr. McColgan,
Yes.
Dr. McGinley,
Yes.
Dr. McIver,
Yes.
Vice President Walker,
Yes.
President Wilkerson.
Yes.
Thank you. Action item 6 passes by a vote of 8 to 0 with one abstention. Thank you.
And the others pass.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm sorry. All of the other action items passed unanimously. Thank you.
Our next items to consider are action items 11 through 14. May I have a motion and a second to consider action items 11 through 14?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments on those items? Hearing none, Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Yes, thank you. And again, I understand we have one abstention on action item 12. Ms. Danzy,
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton,
Abstaining for action item number 12, and
Thank-
yes to the remainder.
thank you. Mr. Huang? I'm sorry, Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang,
Yes to all.
Dr. McColgan,
Yes.
Dr. McGinley,
Yes.
Dr. McIver,
Yes.
Vice President Walker,
Yes.
President Wilkerson.
Yes.
Thank you. Action items 11, 13, and 14 pass unanimously. Action item 12 passes by a vote of 8-0 with one abstention. And just for the record, I want to make sure, Ms. Ahaya Hinton, on action items 6 through 10, I believe you said abstain. Were you abstaining just from action item 6 or as to all?
Just from action number 6.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Our next items to consider are action items 15 through 17. May I have a motion to consider those items?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any comments or questions? Hearing none. Ms. Rauch, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll now consider action items 18 through 21. May I have a motion to consider those items?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Are there any comments or questions on those items? Hearing none. Ms. Rauch, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you. That was 18 to 21.
We'll now consider action items 22 through 32. May I have a motion and a second to consider those items?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any comments or questions on any of those items? The board will now vote on action items 22 through 32. Ms. Rauch, please call the roll.
Yes, thank you. And I understand we have one abstention on action item 27. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton? Thank you. Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
I'm abstaining in regard to item 27 for BSI, but otherwise, yes.
Thank you. Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you. The items, with the exception of action item 21, pass unanimously.
27.
I'm sorry, 27. As to action item 27, it passes unanimously as to all contractors other than BSI, for which we had one abstention. Thank you.
We've done 22.
That was 22.
I had wanted to vote no on 22, I'm sorry. 22.
22 to 32.
Okay, so President Wilkerson, do you wish to change your vote on action item 22?
I do. I wish to vote no on 22.
Thank you.
Next, we'll consider action items 33 through 58. May I have a motion and a second to consider those items?
May I back up a little? Because I was waiting for that one to come up, and I thought it was 42 and not 22. We're going so fast, and I was scrolling through. I want to hear your rationale for voting no on 22.
I just have concerns about the MBE requirements on some of those. I know it's a resolution or a policy we're going to be taking up, but I have some concerns about those.
Is there any I know that we haven't discussed this, and I only know that you had some reservations, and I don't know how I feel about my vote, given the little that you just said.
I think that there's incomplete information from my perspective about compliance with the minority participation requirements, and that's the basis.
But I just voted it's not. I can.
Me too.
Can I say no as well? Am I too late?
Let's reconsider. Let's reconsider that and.
22. Is it 22?
Okay, we'll reconsider item 22, getting additional information for people.
We can pull it? Is that what you're saying?
Like to entertain a motion to reconsider the vote on item 22.
So moved.
I'll second it.
And on the motion to table. We'll figure that out later. So there's been a motion to reconsider item 22, and it's been seconded. And so we will take a vote on the motion to reconsider item 22.
Ms. Danzy?
No.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
No.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
No.
We're
Wait,
voting on
okay,
the
I
motion
just-
to
let's
reconsider. Voting on the motion.
All right.
This is-
Let's start again. There's
Wait, I think
been-
Julie and Letty were all on, okay. I thought we
There's
voted.
There's been a motion to reconsider item 22. That motion
okay. Yes,
has been
yes.
seconded.
Yes.
Yes.
And are there any other questions about what we're voting on? It's getting late. And with that, please call the...
I'm going to clarify for the record, and if JD wants to jump in as our Roberts Rules expert, that would be great. The motion that you're voting on now is to reconsider item 22. You're not voting on item 22, you're voting on the motion to reconsider item 22.
Yes.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton? Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McIver? I'm sorry, Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam President, maybe it would be proper for someone, at least for the audience, to talk a little bit about this
I'm going to ask
number 22.
I'm going to ask Dr. Height to comment.
Yeah, so 22 is an action item that provides for capital budget issues at quite a few schools. These projects include labor and materials, and they deal with a lot of the work that we do over the summer in the renovation of the classrooms. It is the administration's view that given the current policy that exists right now, the responses to, the recommendations meet those requirements. We do have a new policy that's been drafted, but not yet approved, that also requires more significant participation. And so this is, the policy that we currently have in place is the policy that guided the criteria for how we rated the responses to this RFP. The policy that's written but not, the new policy that's written but not yet approved by the board is one that addresses a higher standard, but the policy as currently written is the policy that we made the recommendations based on.
Can this matter be delayed?
The challenge with delaying it is that it pushes because of the contract and the work that has to be done over a period of time, and it has to start as soon as the school year ends, that if it pushes it too far into the summer, then it's no way we will have it complete before the beginning of the next school year.
I'd like to propose that we then approve it subject to review of the documentation supporting minority participation. And I'll take responsibility for reviewing, advising the rest of the board about the nature of the submission and whether or not it appears to comply with the the requirements of the current policy. And then if I, in consultation with the board, can't go along with it, I won't approve it, and you'll have to take another shot at it. So I would propose an amendment to approve, subject to my review and approval of the MBE-WBE participation documentation submitted in support of action item 22.
So, question, when you talk about that review, is that review across all of these various contractors and vendors, or?
Right.
Okay.
And I'll report back to the rest of the board.
And the MPEWE policy is coming up for the next policy meeting.
It's scheduled. We have asked that we have something that we can approve and have in place by the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay.
And so we expect to have a completely revamped policy by July 1.
Okay.
So with that, I need a motion to amend action item 22 to approve it subject to my review and approval in consultation with board members of the MBE-WBE provisions.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
I don't think that we can move to approve something and then have it pursuant to your further review solely. I think we can move to provisionally approve the motion, and then it can be brought up again if there is any issue at the next meeting. However, approving something pursuant to your next review and then consultation with the board would not ratify it down the road, if that makes sense.
So we're moving to provisionally approve? I don't know what that means.
You're moving to approve it, and then it can be subject to either ratifying that motion at the next meeting. So I guess it's not provisional approval, but we can't have it to be approved by your sole review at a later date, if that makes sense.
Could it be reviewed by the facilities committee?
Yeah.
The problem with that is you're then making it subject to a committee's approval, which again would not be final approval of the board.
I want to take 5 minutes for the lawyers to come up with a way of helping us do what it is we want to do. Would ask for a brief recess to go into executive session so we can talk with the lawyer.
It gives you a minute to stand up.
First we have to announce executive
Yeah.
session. Okay, and then do you want me to talk about?
No, he's going to do that.
And then I was going to just say where we are.
Okay, thank you. We've just returned from recess and we'll reconvene the meeting, and I want to announce that the board met in executive session for privileged and confidential communications with counsel. Thank you. Mr. Looning?
So before we took a break and went into executive session, the board had a motion to reconsider action item 22 that was moved and seconded. That motion to reconsider was then approved. At this point in time, it's up to the board to make a second motion or the next motion as to how to handle next steps as to action item 22.
I'll now entertain a motion on Resolution 22
Madam
to
President.
adopt it as proposed originally.
So moved, Madam President.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any conversation, discussion? Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Thank you. Ms. Danzy?
No.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
I am a yes only because I don't want to delay the work that needs to be done in the classrooms.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
So in light of the fact that the thresholds met the current policy, and I also don't want to delay the work, my vote is yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes, for reasons stated prior.
Vice President Walker? Yes. President Wilkerson?
No.
Thank you.
Our next items are items 33 through 58. May I have a motion
Point of order, Madam President. Could I request a separate vote on 58? And
Sure.
So could you go 33 to 57 on this block?
I'll do that. Our next items are then items 33 through 57. May I have a motion and a second to consider items 33 through 57?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions on items 33 through 57? Hearing none, please call the roll.
And thank you. I understand there are some abstentions on, action items 44, 45, and 47. You're voting on 33 to 57. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Abstaining from 47,
What was that?
the PHMC connection, and yes to the remainder.
Thank you. Ms. Fix Lopez?
I'm going to abstain from 44 due to my position with CCP, as well as abstaining to 47 with my relation with Penn, but I'll be voting yes to the rest.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Huang.
I'm abstaining on action item 47 as it relates to Penn and Penn Health System. I'm a yes on all other items.
Dr. McColgan?
I'm just a simple yes.
Thank you. Dr. McGinley?
I am voting yes on all items with the exception of 44, because it involves Temple University, and that is my employer. I'm abstaining on 44.
Thank you.
And 45.
And 45, sorry.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
I'm abstaining on 44 and 45, otherwise I'm voting yes. This brings us to our last, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. I'm just. No.
No.
Right. We 58 will be next. I just want to make sure I go and count these correctly. Action items 33 through 57, with the exceptions of 44, 45, and 47, pass unanimously. On items 44, 45, and 47, those items pass by a vote of 6-0 with 3 abstentions. Thank you.
This brings us to item number 58. May I have a motion to approve item 58, which is a contract with Relay Graduate School of Education for principal and instructional coach professional development. Is there a motion, and do I have a second to approve item 58? And then we'll have discussion about it.
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions?
I'll be voting against this contract with Relay Graduate School of Education for a number of reasons, aside from the fact that it's not a graduate school. $114,500 for training of a small number of people is an awful lot of money to spend with this organization. The resolution says they'll be trained in 3 areas: fundamental skills, and I agree with them. These are fundamental skills, meaning principals should have them when we hire them. Data-driven instruction, leading professional development, conducting observations, and giving feedback. And I also would assert that there are many other options, including Harvard's Institute on School Turnaround, that would be a lesser cost option.
Are there any other questions? I believe the administration has. Sean?
Good evening. Sean Baird, Chief of Schools, for the record. So I just wanted to explain the history of this item. Participation from the school district began 3 years ago with some funding from an outside source, PSP, and various principals were trained in the first year. Last year, we centralized it only to the Acceleration Network because if we wanted to get the most use out of it, you need to have kind of a network of people that are working together. So it's exclusively used in the Acceleration Network, and the reason for that is kind of the foundation of a lot of the strategies that the Acceleration Network uses. So to Dr. McGinley's point, principals do not receive graduate credit for attending this. It's a more contracted PD services. And training is turned around. The people that go to the 2-week seminar and the people that go to the continuation training are principals and instructional coaches. But as you know, in the Acceleration Network, teachers that teach in those schools also receive additional training over the summer. So the training is turned around to teachers in the Acceleration schools as well. This year, the training will begin in June, and it will go through May of 2020. It's a 2-week institute in Denver, Colorado, followed by 4 additional sessions with practice assignments in between. So if they're working on unpacking standards or conferencing with teachers, they have to do some practice work, kind of create a portfolio, then they go back and share their work. So I do want to say, though, that to Dr. McGinley's point about some of the skills that are being taught in this program, we are in the process of redesigning our leadership development department. So we have we are going to bring coaching services in-house next year. So we currently have a contract with a vendor to do coaching for principals. That is being brought in-house. Also, the professional development design is being brought in-house so that we're not relying on contracts. This is the last group of principals that would need to attend this program in the Acceleration Network. And I will say that that's because only 5 of them go at a time. But it is our goal to have as few contracts as possible for PD services and to do that work ourselves. So that is what the whole purpose of redesigning the leadership development work is about. I would also just point out that this has been foundational work that has been done in that network, and we are preparing. There are 5 schools that have met exit criteria. We cannot correlate completely with the training that they received at Relay, of course, but there are 5 schools in that network that will be exiting the Acceleration Network in the next year. And a lot of that has to do with some of the structures that are put in place in those schools. And again, we are designing our own processes so that many of these strategies are going to be across the city anyway, like common planning time, for example. We already do common instructional protocols for site visits, instructional rounds, et cetera. So that work is being in process and will be completed shortly.
So am I hearing that this is the last year you anticipate using Relay services?
This is the last year, yes.
And if this were not voted through, what support would there's 5 principals.
Right. So, I mean, they have been principals. Many of these people have been principals for the last couple of years. So they're getting training from they're still in their PLC network. So they're getting the support of their colleagues, but this would just give them the base level that everyone else in the network has. So we would support
they're
them
the
through-
last 5
they're
to
the last
receive
5.
training.
They're the last 5, yeah. And some of them because they were not here 2 years ago, and so that's why they still need to go.
And what was the feedback from previous principals that attended this?
So I will say that it has been principals. It has been positive feedback, but more important than that, I think that the results of the 5 schools, all the schools that have gone have seen improvement. 5 of them have seen improvement enough in the school performance framework in the school report card to move out of the network in the next 12 months. So, and again, you can't correlate that solely to the Relay program, but it is foundational to the work.
Dr. Bird, you mentioned initial funding from PSP. Is that still funded? So there's no outside dollars for this?
No, that's why we only send 5 at a time, because I think just the first year was we had some outside funding. After that, we've been funding it through Title I dollars, professional development dollars.
I just want to remind everyone that I think, that the term credited and unaccredited is super important in education, as we would all agree. And they're unaccredited for a reason. And I just think that's very important to remember.
I need to push back a little bit, and not that I am a fan of Relay, but I don't think that's I think that's problematic that you assume an accredited program is training our teachers and principals in a way that makes them effective in the classroom. And I just think we should put that out there, that there are places that train our principals and teachers and are not accredited but are doing a really good job. And so
Right. the
I
difference
don't
is
think we can
those
say
other-
that.
Those other places don't claim to be a graduate school. That's the difference. So if, you act as a consultant and you're not claiming to be Angela MacGyver Graduate School.
Fair enough, but, that we can ask them to change their name.
Excuse me, Mr. Huang.
I just had a question for Dr. McGinley and Dr. McIver as the co-chairs of Student Achievement. Can you speak to the extent to which this action item was discussed in this month's committee meeting and whether there was a recommendation at the time for today?
I expressed my concerns at that meeting. The recommendation for action items comes from the superintendent and the administration. And so the committee has an opportunity to give feedback. And there have been occasions when we asked the administration to relook at a recommendation. The administration is well aware of my concerns, and they brought the recommendation forward as they have every right to do. But our committee doesn't take a vote up or down on any action item.
I think we need to clarify that the district is bringing this training in-house now, given, our stance as a board and wanting to bring that in. So it's coming in-house. And I think we need to just recognize that piece as well.
I'm still voting no.
Can we reconsider this one? Just a joke.
We haven't voted yet.
Are there any other questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none. Ms. Rauch, please call the roll.
I just have one tiny question. Is there a credibility or a fraud issue or a
No, I'm not at
credential
all
issue?
suggesting fraud on anyone's
I
part.
mean,
I'm suggesting there are better alternatives for the same money.
Well, what caught my attention, well, several things, but the thing that caught it was that they were proclaiming to be something that they are not. That's the question. 'cause that
So
goes to
they are recognized in the state of New York to offer graduate credit. They are not recognized by the state of Pennsylvania to offer graduate credit. Therefore, our principals don't receive graduate credit. It would be the same as we are consulting with a consultant to do the work. It's more consulting services for us. So they're not awarding credit to our principals. They're teaching seminar kind of classes.
But that's not my question. My question is, are they proclaiming to be something they're not? Are they claiming to be a graduate, however you phrase it, and they're not? It's a credibility issue.
Right.
They are a graduate school in other places.
They are graduate.
They are in other places. They're
Just not here.
They
So
haven't qualified for that in Pennsylvania.
So it's a reciprocity issue versus anything else.
But they are accredited.
certified
They
somewhere.
are. Yes, they are a graduate school in several states,
That's
including
fine.
New York.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask just to follow up? I mean, if you're not certified in the state of Pennsylvania, you have to become certified in the state of Pennsylvania to teach. So I'm just curious as to why they're not.
I would just say that we, from time to time, have consultants from all over the United States come that don't necessarily have Pennsylvania licensure, but that does not preclude them from offering PD services in the state of Pennsylvania.
But they don't say they're certified.
No, they're not serving as a graduate school here in Philadelphia. They are not providing credit. They're serving as a professional development entity.
And our principals are not getting credentialing from the school. There's no credential. Our principals are already licensed before they have their job, so there's no credentialing involved, which in other states, they do credential principals.
Dr. Haidt, do you have anything?
No, I would just add, and I think most of the comments about this have already been made. I do think, though, that the notion of are they representing something that they are not? They are a certified graduate school from another state, right? And if, in fact, someone wanted to get a degree from a college from another state, it would be similar to that type of thing. Their program is very different than a traditional graduate school of education. We're not using them as a graduate school of education for the purpose of this action item. They're just used as someone who will be providing professional development to 5 principals in the acceleration networks around data use and other development.
Just one follow-up question. So if this is the last year, does that mean by next year's cohort of principals, whoever might be doing the Acceleration Network or whatever network, you will have a robust training complete to replace.
Correct, and that's what we're working on right now. Excuse me. Through the leadership development redesign process, we're working on aligning that training with teaching and learning, with the coaches in teaching and learning, so that we align it to teacher training, and it's all one system of training. And that, in part, was to bring in. The board asked us. Actually, the SRC asked us, I believe, to bring in coaching in-house because we had Dr. McGinley was the person who asked us to do that. So we have been working all year to develop that plan. So that was a restructuring of the leadership development department.
So you were able to bring everything else in-house, but why not this one little piece?
Well, it's being brought in-house. So right now, coaching is currently done by a contracted vendor. Next year, it will be done by our own people. The job posting is up right now. We're actively recruiting those positions.
Just one quick question. When did the SRC ask you to bring it in-house?
Right before they ended. So they told us to bring it in for the 1920 school year. Yeah, next year.
So if this is, if this program's only for 5 principals for this year,
and instructional coaches, and then again, the teachers get turnaround training in the summer because teachers in the Acceleration Network come to additional PD in the summer, and these strategies that the principals learn at the 2-week institute are then turned around and given to the teachers. So there are about 1,000 people that will be touched by this training.
they get the training, so the principals get the training, and then the principals turn around and do that
Correct.
training.
Correct.
Madam President, I'd like to call the question to enable us to vote.
I'd like to ask one more question, if that's okay. So if this is a turnaround and train, that means you already have other principals in the Acceleration Network that have already gone through the training. Why can't they turn around and train these other 5 principals?
Actually, the training in the summer is done some by the principals, also by the assistant superintendent, Eric B. Coates. It is true, they do turn around the train, but the principals get much more intensive training in that 2-week seminar. They, and it's focused on instructional supervision. You wouldn't give that training to the teachers. The training that the teachers get is, for example, like data teams, collaborative planning time, those kinds of things that the teachers get. The principals are getting much more focused training on instructional supervision. So like how to coach a teacher that's struggling, how to make sure that teachers are using data in meetings, and how to structure grade group meetings so that they're effective and they're using data. So there's protocols that the principals learn so some of that is turned around to teachers, but the intensive 2 weeks in the summer is really instructional supervision.
The question's been called. Madam Solicitor, please call the roll.
Thank you. Ms. Danzy, this is on action item 58.
No, for many of the reasons cited by Dr. McGinley.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton,
No.
Ms. Fix Lopez.
No.
Mr. Huang,
Yes.
Dr. McColgan,
I'm still debating in my head, but I'm going to go with, I have a lot of reservations, so I'm going to go with no.
Dr. McGinley,
No.
Dr. McIver,
Yes.
Vice President Walker.
I vote yes. You know, I think that I think we should defer to our executive team on this. And they've done the research. We've heard, what's your first name again? We've heard Sean talk about why the district needs it. So I'm voting yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Action item 58 fails by a vote of 4 yes, 5 no.
This brings us to the end of...
Can I just say I want to thank the administration and Dr. Bird in particular for all the work that they've done this year, because it really has been a tremendous amount of heavy lifting to get where they are today in standing up a training and coaching division for leaders in the school district. And I already said what I had to say about this, but there is a great deal of good, positive work being done. And I know it hasn't been easy to get to this point given all the other priorities of the school district. So thank you, Dr. Height and Dr. Bird.
What's the count on that?
It was defeated 4-5. Defeated 5-4.
Yes, and I need to make one clarification on action item 45. I believe I said it passed 6 votes to 0 with 3 abstentions. It actually passed 7 votes to 0 with 2 abstentions, for the record.
Thank you. This brings us to the general comment portion of our board meeting. And so we have a list of, I don't know how many speakers. And after we have this next set of speakers, we'll go into our meeting of the IU. So stay tuned. And I guess we have 2 board representatives that have to leave. They have pressing business at home. Thank you for coming. You want to call the speakers?
Thank you, President Wilkerson. Would these first 5 speakers please come to the front, and Rosita Johnson, please come to the table. Rosita Johnson, Christopher Ming, Eve Marie Desire, Zoe Rooney, and Sherry Michaud.
Good evening. I've come to this meeting to plead for the immediate recruitment of African American teachers. When I retired 25 years ago in 1993, African American teachers comprised 40% of the school district's teachers. Presently, only 24% of the school district teachers are African American. I was shocked to hear this. Does race really matter in the education of African American students? Yes, it does. Recent studies by Johns Hopkins University and American University found that African American students who had at least one African American teacher in their primary grades were more likely to graduate from high school, were more likely to go to college. These studies also found that African American teachers had higher expectations for African American students. African American teachers not only served as role models, but also brought their personal life experience into the classroom and into the schools in which they worked. Thousands of students and teachers took part in these studies. Previous studies found that Black students from low-income families who had a Black teacher in elementary school were less likely to drop out of school. Nearly 1/3 of our students do drop out, do not finish high school. The dropout rate has been reduced, but it continues to be a crisis for our city. Of course, I wanted to know why. I was told that the decline of Black teachers in the school district is due to hiring practices. Federal guidelines to ensure racial diversity in all school faculties were abolished. It's now illegal to put race or gender on a job application. The principal and leadership team in each school interview and hire teachers, not a central office. Fewer Black students are becoming teachers. Pennsylvania has the largest funding gap of any other state between wealthy school districts and poor school districts. Poor school districts have the population of African
Thank you.
Christopher Ming. Is Christopher Ming here? Eve Marie Desire, sorry.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Eve Marie Desir. I am the youth coordinator at the African Family Health Organization in West Philadelphia. I serve the African and the Caribbean immigrant youth population attending schools in the greater Philadelphia area. I'm here first to say thank you. I would like to show an expression of gratitude for the efforts that the school district has made to try to accommodate our influx of African and Caribbean students. One is the Welcome Center at Franklin Learning Center. We really appreciate the efforts that they've put in to try to support our students. We also would like to show gratitude for the loan of African bilingual counselor's assistant that is assigned to our schools here in Philadelphia. However, we would like to make a few suggestions that would facilitate a better acculturation of our students. One of the things we would like to talk about is the fact that there should be a bridge between ESL and the special education system, the way it's set up in our schools today. Unfortunately, according to our experience with the students that we've worked with, there are no African languages on that list of interpreters available for our students. Not only are we short, there is no, right now, as I know of a Swahili-speaking bilingual counselor's assistant that can at least provide support for our influx of Congo students. So it might be helpful to concentrate, as I've heard in other testimonies throughout this board meeting, I've heard people come and talk about dual language instruction for us to have better supports for our Spanish-speaking students. I'm sure that the Asian community is going to come with their motto for them to have a bilingual Asian situation as well, which I agree with. I think that's great. However, there are no supports for our African and Caribbean students. We cannot count at least one Haitian Creole-speaking bilingual counselor's assistant in this school district of Philadelphia. Not to mention, we have Fulani speakers. We have, oh Lord. All right, so we need more supports for our African and Caribbean immigrant students. We need sensitivity and cultural training for our teachers that are teaching these students. They have no sensitivity. And the counselors, OMG, they need some background as well. I think we can do this together. Our organization is willing to come and help you get some solutions. Thank you for your time.
Zoe Rooney. Sherry Michaud? Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the next. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
My name is Zoe Rooney, and I'm a parent and an educator here in the district. I'm here in front of you again because the more time I spend engaging with the issues facing the district and this board, the more concerned I have become and the more compelled I feel to make sure that you are fully aware of and accountable to what is happening under your watch. At the first meeting of this board on July 9th, 2018, I sat here and said that while my community group appreciated the early focus on community engagement, what we really need is action. I talked about our eagerness to see how the board would translate community recommendations into real change in culture and policy. One of the specific issues that I spoke about at that meeting was cross-neighborhood charter relocations, including concerns about the lack of in-depth neighborhood impact studies and well-advertised public meetings in advance of relocation votes. I talked about transparency and community input, which are stated values and priorities of this board. Tonight, by voting to postpone the relocation of Laboratory Charter School, you have shown that you are at least willing to listen. We will have to wait to see how this continues to play out to see if you are truly ready to act. It is concerning that it seems like getting even this level of action requires so much work on the part of the community. In the last 2 weeks, since we first learned of this relocation request at the Student Achievement and Support Committee meeting, there has been outreach from many East Falls and Mifflin School community members, a petition with more than 600 signatures, in-depth reporting in both the Notebook and the Enquirer, and the charter school office's own report citing a lack of community outreach about the relocation. Why has it fallen upon the impacted community to do this work? Why is the burden on families at neighborhood public schools to convince you of something that clearly was not well communicated or thought out in order to prevent a vote and amendment process in which there is no avenue for community appeal? What happens to schools and communities who don't have the time and resources to take on this level of advocacy under this kind of deadline? It is your responsibility as the board to fix this process and to ensure that true oversight is occurring and that votes are not being held on items where information, communication, transparency, and full understanding of their impact is lacking. Even still, there's a lot we don't know about this proposed relocation and related issues, such as the relocation amendment, if there is one, for Eastern University Academy Charter School. There are reports in the media and rumors flying around that the school will be moving, but how can that be true without a relocation amendment anywhere to be found? Where is that school going, and does the community they're planning to move to know about it? There can't be this many unanswered questions, and it should not be up to parents and community members to be asking these questions. This should be public information. It should be presented in a time frame in which communities can effectively understand and respond to any concerns. And I would just add that, as you heard from the parents who spoke from Mifflin, they heard about this on Facebook, and that was because of me, because I was at the meeting. If I hadn't been at that meeting, which I went to just to listen, and heard that presentation, I don't think they would have known. And that happened last time when the Ad Prima move came about. They didn't know in advance of the vote until the vote had happened, and then you can't appeal the vote. So I just don't think it's acceptable that someone has to physically be there to see these presentations, to hear about what's happening in their neighborhood, to be able to step up within 2 weeks to try and talk about what's happening. So I think that process needs to be fixed. Thank you.
May I push back on that as well? Just may I comment to those comments, because I agree that there is a lot that absolutely needs to be communicated, but there are a million things that are going on in this school district, and civic engagement is what is going to move the needle for us. And so I want to push back and say, yes, it is up to the community, and it is up to everyone in the city to be listening and doing and pushing back and coming and talking at meetings. Like, it is not possible to have that.
But
But to not know that something's happening in their community until 2 weeks before it's going to be voted on, and only to know, nobody reached out to them. So how would they have known?
we do post ahead of time.
I think we have heard that we have challenges in reaching out to communities. We've heard you. I think that one of the reasons we held up the resolution on laboratory charter schools because we understood that there are gaps in how we communicate with communities when we go to make some of these decisions that are so impactful. And so we'll be revisiting our procedures, revisiting the communication strategies we use so that people don't find out at the last minute, and more to come. And with that, I'll exercise the prerogative to go on to the next speaker, because it's getting late.
I'm going to call our next group.
Tired.
Greg Brinkley, Adam Bailey, Kate Sundin, Rebecca Poyuro, and Steve Delchuk, please come to the front. And if Greg Brinkley could please come directly to the table. Is Greg here? Are you Greg?
I'm not.
Okay. Adam?
Yes.
Thank you. You can take a seat. Thank you.
Hey, I'm going to change my topic here. As a teacher of writing, I always want to encourage editing. I'm going to change my topic to coaching of a different kind. My name is Adam Bailey. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Hunter Elementary, and I'm a member of the Philadelphia Teacher Action Group. I'm here to urge the district to take the lead in implementing restorative practices through district coaches in order to disrupt the pervasive negative behaviors that our students bring with them as a result of our culture at large. Speaking a little what Mama Gail was speaking about earlier. Thank you for sharing that. As I near the end of my first year teaching, I, like you, Dr. Height, am reflecting on the challenges of my school year. As any good educator does, I'm hoping to crystallize my learning to become more competent as an effective educator next year. The demands placed on teachers is not new, nor is it secret, so I'll spare you the details. I was aware of these conditions when I took this job at Hunter. Part of my reasoning for working with SDP was to have an effect on these conditions. I am not afraid of the challenge. However, what I was not expecting to deal with was the regular consoling of a 10-year-old student who was repeatedly sexually harassed by their classmates. In a school of over 600 students with only one counselor, we adults we literally do not have the time or space to do the healing work that is necessary to confront and disrupt these kinds of behaviors. I have been trained on how students learn, on how to plan engaging lessons, on how to reflect on formative data. Like we said, coaching is also important. I have been coached on how to, classroom management, planning and delivering effective instruction, collecting and utilizing student data. However, with all of that training and coaching, we as teachers do not have the support to provide meaningful conversations with victims and perpetrators of violence, of harassment, of bullying, etc. We do not have the expertise to facilitate restorative circles and reflective practices that foster healing and growth. We at Hunter and schools across the district need leadership from the district to implement, maintain, and carry out the type of restorative spaces necessary to enact community healing in our schools. We as teachers need the support of someone with experience in creating and maintaining these spaces that are only even recently in the vernacular of public education. A 1 to 33 teacher to student ratio does not create the time and space conducive to doing that work. A 1 to 600 plus counselor to student ratio does not create the space to do that. I agree with district leaders that PBIS is important and it warrants district level coaches.
Kate Sundin.
Hi, I'm Kate Sundin. I'm a teacher at Academy at Palumbo, and I am also the forensics coach there, which is the official term for competitive speech and debate. I don't feel I need to add to what is already a rich stack of evidence about the importance of extracurricular activities. We all know what they bring to the table in terms of equaling the playing field for our students. I'm here instead to talk to you about why, or ask you why, academic teams do not get the same benefit and money that the athletic teams do. Up to this point, we've been incredibly fortunate to have the assistance of ASAP, and when we were still a small team, I was able to supplement ASAP's assistance with my own money. However, we are now in the happy position of being both large enough and successful enough that that is no longer a sustainable option. We have qualified students to the Pennsylvania High School Speech League State Tournament for 6 years in a row, to the NCFL Grand National Tournament 3 years in a row, and to the National Speech and Debate National Tournament twice. On top of that, for the first time this year, we had 3 students win bids to the National Circuit Tournament of Champions. I list these accomplishments not to brag, okay, maybe a little to brag, but to highlight the fact that our students are there, matching step for step the accomplishments of students from wealthy suburban districts and exclusive private schools that charge enormous tuitions. But this all takes money, particularly if we want to be able to provide our students with a truly equitable experience. Registration fees, travel costs, money for meals, just going to local competitions has cost me and ASAP thousands of dollars over the past several years. And if we continue to grow both in size and success, it will cost even more. On top of that, it is ASAP's goal and my goal to see that success in other city schools as well. And we're there, we're getting there. Central joined us at Nationals 2 years ago, Boning last year, and Masterman will be at Nationals with us this year. But we want this to be just the beginning. In order for that to happen, in order to be able to pull in other schools, and really our ultimate goal is get the neighborhood schools on board with us as well, we need the district to set up a dedicated budget for academic team expenses and to pay academic team coaches the way athletic coaches are paid. Recently, the district administration has been doing a really good job helping us out here and there with national expenses and a bus to states. But every tournament, it's a little bit, we're crossing our fingers hoping we get the money. And that's not a sustainable way to grow this very, very, very important thing. And it's not just us. It's robotics, academic hackathon, quiz bowl, science Olympiad, Odyssey of the Mind, many more. These are all activities that deserve money because they're so important to our students.
Ms. Sundin, our June student achievement meetings focus is extracurricular activities and athletics, and I am a huge fan, so please be there.
Rebecca Poyoro? Poyuro? Please correct me.
It's Poyuro.
Poyuro. I said it right the first time. Thank you.
All right, I've forgotten how this works. I push it. Greetings. My name is Rebecca Poyuro, and I'm the parent of 2 students in Philadelphia Public Schools, and I've been an advocate for public education here for the past decade. Public schools should be places of hope and opportunity, and I believe in them, and I'm committed to fighting for them. I have been engaged through the years of budget cuts when we watched critical services get cut and when many needs were deferred. And those cuts had multiple effects, one of which is that we were all dangerously close to accepting unacceptable conditions. Keeping our schools clean and in a basic state of repair must be a focus and a non-negotiable priority for the health and safety of our children and for the health and safety of the teachers and staff who work with them. We need an action plan for getting schools clean. This is overdue. We need to improve maintenance in a systematic way, including preventative repairs. For example, we need to stop leaks before they cause damage and additional expense, and we need to improve response systems in schools across the city. We need to figure out what it'll take to meet the clear basic cleaning standards and do just that. We need to know the proper ratio of cleaners and what it takes to maintain essential staffing levels. We need to know what levels of supervision, support, and equipment are necessary, and this can't be deferred any longer. We recognize that making all the needed improvements to modernize our schools is challenging, but keeping them clean and fixing things like exposed piping that gets hot enough to burn a child, none of that should be challenging. Training staff and hiring contractors who can fix paint without exposing kids to lead dust, that should not be hard. This also means improving information about the status of basic issues at each school. The district needs an assessment of each school that looks at lead, asbestos, and exposed and hazardous maintenance issues, including exposed hot air piping, leaks, clogs. There should also be an annual update about the basics: cleanliness, basic state of repair, actions that have been taken, and ongoing needs. Comprehensive facilities information is a critical goal, but I know that will take some time. Why not start now with having principals and building engineers complete preliminary site assessments? While they may not be able to identify lead dust, they can identify peeling paint and paint dust or deteriorated pipe insulation. I love that beep, which would then provide the district the information it needs to do further evaluation. Improve parent, staff, and community engagement with a stakeholder task force that includes academic experts, not just experts for hire, parents, teachers, and community members. There's a good working definition from the Philadelphia Healthy Schools Initiative of a healthy school. It's one that's clean and in good repair, where problems are identified and dealt with promptly, where environmental health threats are dealt with promptly and safely, such as mold and dust, lead, and
Thank you. Please call the next
Okay,
speaker.
we need to move to the next speaker. Thank you. Steve Delturk, please. Thank you. And as Steve Delturk is coming, could the next group of speakers please come to the front? Eileen Duffy, Nuala Cabral, Ashley Weber, Robin Lowry, and Max Rosenlong. Thank you.
It's good to go. I'm the school counselor at Blankenberg Elementary, a community awareness representative for Women Against Abuse, and a member of Educators for Consent Culture. I'm speaking tonight about the power of school community partnerships to help create a culture of consent and healthy relationships in Philly schools. In a previous partnership between Strawberry Mansion High School and Women Against Abuse, I facilitated healthy relationship groups for the students at Mansion. These groups aim to reduce teen dating violence by workshopping topics including consent, effective communication in relationships, identifying the difference between healthy, unhealthy, and abusive relationships, taking control of one's own sexual and reproductive health, including safety and the choice of contraceptives, respect for and understanding of various gender identities and sexual orientations, and how gender roles and aspects of our cultural background shape how we see ourselves and how we act with others in relationships. The program was incredibly successful. I was blessed to work with a young man who, through the groups and counseling support afterward, overcame years of shame that followed a moment of infidelity. Working through his shame later gave him the ability to open up about and heal from years of childhood trauma for the first time in his life. I was blessed to work with a young person who always felt uncomfortable and different when treated as a girl, and who for the first time in their life found the language to identify themselves as genderqueer and found a place of comfort after years of internal tension. I was blessed to work with a young woman who would come to group every day talking about how great her relationship was until the day she broke down crying in group and expressed that her boyfriend had been physically violent with her for a long time, and that being in the group gave her the courage to leave and take back control over her life. Partnerships that address the realities of our young people's lives are exactly what Philadelphia students need. In a country where 1 in 3 women will experience sexual violence in her lifetime, in a city where police respond to over 100,000 domestic violence calls in a year, and in a school district where children regularly touch each other, press each other's bodies up against walls in the hallways, and make sexual comments to each other without any awareness of how to ask for, give, or receive consent, and where staff take only a 30-minute online sexual harassment training that spends close to 10 minutes warning of punitive actions for false reporting, we need the expertise of gender and sexuality experts to reform our school systems. We need to create safe spaces where our students can learn without fear of harassment, abuse, assault, or discrimination. We need the expertise of gender and sexuality experts to advise us in the creation of a comprehensive
We're going to be here all night.
Sexual and reproductive health, LGBTQIA+ identities, and the influence of gender and culture on our relationships.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen Duffy.
My name is Eileen Duffy. I'm a 24-year veteran certified school nurse. Our students are essentially vulnerable and helpless without bold leadership that can swiftly act during a public health emergency. In today's Inquirer, Kristen Graham exposes our district's misguided leadership in refusing to allow exclusions of students from school when their immunizations do not meet Pennsylvania immunization law. In Philadelphia, we recently experienced a local mumps outbreak at Temple University, and measles outbreaks are escalating in other areas of the nation. Nevertheless, at the end of April, over 12,000 students remain non-compliant with Pennsylvania immunization law. As nurses interviewed in today's article stated, we concern ourselves with all our students, particularly those who are immunosuppressed, as well as pregnant school personnel. We nurses contend that adherence to state law would markedly improve Philadelphia immunization rates and thus protect the health of our students and our citizens. Ms. Karen Lynch, the Chief of Student Services, has taken it upon herself to direct nurses to avoid exclusions. She says that best practices are necessary regarding vaccinations. Nurses know all about best practices. To me, best practices involve listening to professionals who've done the job successfully and have done it with negligible effect on school attendance rates. Best practices involve hiring the best medical professionals you can find to manage the health of students while in school and to empower them to get the job done without interference. At this time, we address this it is time we address this blatant violation of the law before we have a tragedy on our hands. I come here tonight to remind each of you that you, as a board, have the ethical and moral responsibility to address the issue of misguided leadership thwarting nurses' ability to improve immunization rates. Our students deserve bold leadership. Guard them with extreme care. Ensure that, with regard to any medical condition, the decision-making buck stops where the best practice demands, in the hands of the medical and nursing professionals working for the school district. If you are not prepared to assume this responsibility by reversing current practice, be assured school nurses will continue to speak up. Thank you.
Nuala Cabral.
Our policy committee will discuss policy 203 at the May meeting. Dr. McColgan is not here right now, but that is our plan.
Good evening. My name is Nuala Cabral, and I'm here to address school safety as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month comes to a close. As the Philadelphia School Board seeks to strengthen school safety across the district, I hope to see a bold effort in preventing and responding to sexual harassment and sexual assault. Across this country, schools are grappling with how to respond to sexual violence in the era of social media and Me Too, adopting policies and practices that are relevant, proactive, and thorough. Yet in Philadelphia, many students graduate high school without even learning about consent. I am a community-based educator, and for the past 4 years, I've led consent workshop programs that teach consent to high school students across the city. Consent is defined as a conscious, voluntary, positive agreement between legal participants to engage in specific sexual activity. While this sounds like a simple and obvious concept to some, unfortunately, there is a lot of misinformation among Philly youth and adults. While all Philly students are required to take one health class during their high school, this class tends to focus on anatomy, puberty, STD, and STIs, and give little attention to consent or healthy relationships. Over the last 4 years, our small team has reached over 4,000 students and dozens of educators across Philadelphia schools. In our workshops, I have witnessed students who are hungry to have these conversations and eager to learn how to better protect themselves and each other from harm. On several occasions, students have approached me after workshop, imploring us to keep going, to reach more students. In our feedback forms, students consistently ask for more time, more workshops, and for this type of program to start in middle school. While the critical need for this work has motivated me and my colleagues to keep going, we've also felt disenchanted with the understanding that so many students will leave high school without access to this information and without staff who are equipped to address sexual assault in a culturally relevant way. That's why I joined educators this spring to begin an ongoing dialogue about how to build consent culture in Philly schools. We believe that schools have both a responsibility and a critical role to play in keeping students safe by disrupting rape culture. Our school district can choose to invest in prevention and care now, or continue to face lawsuits surrounding the violation of federal Title IX laws. We would love to work in partnership with the school board and school district to ensure that our schools are prepared and supported to this end. We propose that the school district creates a task force to assess the gaps, identify opportunities for better training for health teachers, and to address accountability. For example, we need to ensure that all schools have a Title IX coordinator who tracks and responds to sexual assault and harassment as mandated by federal law. We hope to work with you.
Thank you. Ashley Weber.
May I ask one? I just want to ask one question. Is that a curriculum that already exists or one that you put together?
This is a zine that girls at Robeson High School made in a program that I oversaw this past winter.
So you were constructing this program? Yes. Okay. And are there, because this is a very big topic nationwide, are there consent curricula that have been developed that are implemented in schools? Are there other districts that do this?
There are, but I think Philly is falling far behind. So there are individual teachers who are teaching consent in their health classes, but that's not the norm. So we're seeing like seniors in our workshops who haven't ever learned about consent, and they tell us they've learned no means no, and that's it.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Ashley Weber, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Ashley Weber. I'm a physical therapist with the school district, and I'm here tonight in solidarity with my fellow related service providers. Our hope is to bring much-needed attention to the important and specialized roles we play in our students' education and the fact that we are and have been working in crisis mode. I've been a PT for 10 years now, and all 10 of those working with children in a variety of settings. Working with children is my passion, and that passion drives me to do whatever I must to make sure my patients get what they deserve and need. However, there always comes a breaking point where you can no longer properly do your job with what you have. The physical therapists have reached that breaking point. There are currently only 13 PTs for the entire school district, and there is no plan to hire more or replace the PTs that have retired over the last year. The PTs are traveling to 15 to 20 schools to service the children on their caseloads. This can mean traveling to 3 to 5 schools in just one day. We rarely have a space to work, secure our belongings, or secure the very expensive equipment our students use. At any given school, you will find us in the library, in a nurse's office, or many times in the hallway. Funds are lacking to the point where we are frequently using Band-Aids to fix old equipment or are forced to shuffle equipment between schools. Our caseloads do not accurately represent all that encompasses our job. In addition to direct treatment sessions for each student who receives services, we are also required to provide staff training, plan and develop programs, complete screenings, attend IEP, reevaluation, 504, and legal meetings, complete evaluations and reevaluations, document evaluations, consultations, annual IEP updates, treatment sessions, and monthly summaries. Write up and submit orders for access so we can get the little equipment that we do get, obtain prescriptions since we still don't have a full-time physician, help to create and implement 504 plans, fix and adjust equipment, complete chart reviews for early intervention, and complete all reevaluations for children who are entering kindergarten and need testing. This year alone, the 13 PTs had to complete over 100 evaluations for early intervention. All of these job requirements need to be considered, which is why we are advocating for a workload model instead of a caseload model. Our staff have master's and doctorate degrees and many with clinical experience of 20 plus years. We bring with us a special skill set that is required for our students to be able to receive a free and appropriate education. We are not here tonight just to list off our grievances, but rather to bring to your attention the issues that are limiting us from fully and appropriately servicing our students. We hope that in bringing these problems to light, we can work together to help solve them. Thank you.
Robin Lowry.
I just want to address the consent issue. I'm a health teacher, and students need high-quality health and physical education K through 12. I'm going to be teaching this year, the first time I chose to. Planned Parenthood has a consent curriculum, and I've dedicated 3 days to that because I also have to teach health and physical education to students that I only see half a year, and that could be their only credit in health and phys ed for the entire K to 9 to 12. So we need high quality health and phys ed K to 12. But anyway, my topic right now is the trash and recycling confusion in the district. As I mentioned earlier, I hosted an Earth Day event today, and we used this 3-bin system so that we were hoping to educate students and staff about trash, recycling, and compost. And as you know, in Philadelphia, we've just recently been aware that most of our recycling is contaminated. So the School District of Philadelphia, in the 3 schools that I've worked in since recycling buckets were distributed, these blue buckets are in every classroom, and that's the trash can. And so we are giving kids a message that it's, everything goes in the blue buckets. We no longer seem to have those metal trash cans. The recycling that happens, I used to take mine home. Some teachers save the paper that they can, but nowhere is this message being taught to our citizens, our young citizens. And so we wonder why we have a disconnect between what's happening citywide in collection of trash and recycling. So today, Megan Gardner did attend our event. She's the sustainability director here in the district, and it was a great event. But I addressed this concern of what I'm speaking to tonight, and she said, well, they just discovered some room in some school somewhere where there were all these metal trash cans from schools that they had closed. She said, how many do you need? And I got mad. I'm like, I am not running the school district's trash and recycling system. It's, Tux is the cleaning service, as I already mentioned. I'm running behind them with paper towels and toilet paper, but they're not doing anything with the recycling. Even when we do have blue buckets that, you protect, and I have kids and they protect, they put a cookie in there and they'll fish it out. But that recycling doesn't get recycled. So what are we teaching our citizens? That's why we have a big problem. Anyway, that's enough. We got to go home.
Max Rosenlong. I'm going to call the next group Jacqueline Morgan Gethers, Kamari Young, Ricky Strickler, Janine Final, and Marie Morales Williams. Is Jacqueline Morgan Gethers here? Kamari Young? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kayla Watkins, and I'll be standing in for Kamari Young to read her statement. Good evening. My name is Kamari Young, and I'm a pre-K-12 grade educator and a graduate school student. Throughout my day, I work as an early intervention special instructor for preschool-age students, tutor elementary and middle school students, mentor high school students, and study global international education policy at Drexel University. Through observations of students and teachers at various schools around the district, I noticed a common issue facing most educators. They do not have the necessary training or tools to provide their students with comprehensive sex education. As a former teacher, I was often left to resolve issues pertaining to children's physical autonomy and consent on my own, with little support from the administration. That's not to say the administration did not wish to help foster a climate of consent culture, but they do not know how to do so. The discussion on how to properly implement sex education programs in schools is one that's happening globally. International agencies such as the United Nations Population Fund and the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization's approach to comprehensive sex education is founded on individual empowerment and autonomy. Empowerment-based comprehensive sex education encourages learners to question the role gender norms and inequality play in sexual health, which leads young people to make informed decisions about their sexual behavior. Promoting critical thinking along with sex education provides youth with the tools they need to analyze sexual health within a social context and feel empowered by their decisions. A high school senior that I mentor recently shared with me that she received sex education in 9th grade, and in the class, which was taught by her physical education teacher, only covered contraception and the biological aspects of reproduction. She also shared that as a member of the LGBT community, many of the topics covered were irrelevant to her. Why is it that a class that should empower the youth to make sound decisions about their health is reduced to a semester-long course that isolates entire groups of students and is taught by inadequately trained teachers? In the era of the Me Too movement, why are we not explicitly teaching young people and educators about consent? We must ask ourselves as Philadelphians, do we want to be leaders in the fight for implementing comprehensive sex education, or do we want to actively ignore the need for such courses? The empowerment of youth begins with the education of teachers. If we are to seriously consider implementing quality, comprehensive sex education in schools, we must equip educators with the necessary training, curriculum, and resources to promote a healthy and inclusive learning environment. And I just wanted to share with you a story of a young girl who we met in our consent travels, who had left a previous school after experiencing sexual harassment and didn't want to leave her current school even though she experienced sexual assault, because she didn't want to have to go through the trauma of having to move to a different school because of a sexual issue. She, the way the school handled it was to assign her a school officer to watch her all day, which isolated her from the school body, and her perpetrator was
Thank you.
Ricky Strickler.
Hi, Adam Bailey here reading for Ricky Strickler. My name is Ricky Strickler, and I'm a career training coordinator at Youth Build Philadelphia Charter School. At Youth Build Philly, we work with students who have attended a wide array of schools throughout the district before stepping through our doors. We take pride in the culture and climate we create with our students and our approach to restorative discipline. We also understand how lucky we are to have multiple staff positions devoted to student success and barrier removal. However, as you have heard from many of my fellow educators here tonight, we are in need of greater resources and district leadership in regards to sexual education, especially issues of STI prevention, LGBTQIA+ identities, and consent. While we as a staff have no shortage of conversations around these topics when we encounter them, and we use each of these as a teaching moment, we also have to ask how many of these moments we may not see. Even more so, we have to ask how we can combat the larger issue of rape culture before it comes time to react to its manifestations. How do we prevent the unwanted touch of a student before it happens? How do we address harmful and oppressive language before it is spoken, rather than simply react to it afterwards? How do we effectively teach our young people about safe and healthy relationships, sexual and otherwise, before they find themselves in an unhealthy one? There is clearly a need for us to do more. As one student I spoke to recently said, we need a How to Respect Women semester in school. What I would say is we need a proactive approach to building a consent culture, not just at our school, but in the district as a whole. This means we need a comprehensive sexual health education program in grades K through 12. It means we need Title IX coordinators in schools to address concerns when they arise. And it means we need the resources to make this possible. Most of all, it means we need leadership from the people in this room to address these issues. It is urgent so that every student can feel safe in the place where they spend so many hours of their day. While the connection may not be obvious, what we see at Youth Build every year is how often our failure to address these issues leads students to perform below their potential, miss school frequently, seek an alternative program like ours, or be pushed out of the school system altogether. Simply put, when we do not create school spaces that are physically and psychologically safe for all students, we cannot expect students to enter these spaces day after day, putting their bodies and mind at risk. Our students deserve better than that, and we are capable of providing it. I urge you to take your leadership responsibilities on this issue seriously and to act quickly to enact the changes we need to see. Thank you.
Janine Fennell.
Good evening. My name is Janine Fennell, pronounced like the vegetable, but spelled differently. I am a kindergarten teacher at Benjamin B. Comegys Elementary School. I have several dire concerns, and this is like a cry for help. Number one, taken straight from the school district's website. Under the board's page, our students' potential is limitless. The achievements and safety, I'm going to really exaggerate the word safety of our students will drive all of our decisions, and we will invest in programs and initiatives that are proven to support all students in reaching their potential. Action step letter B, promote a student achievement by investing in strategies that create safe, welcoming, and trauma-informed learning environments in every school. So why is my school feel like it's being left under the wing? Like there's nothing being in place at my school. Since September, I have been assaulted, and I do not take that word lightly, on several occasions. On several occasions, I have been assaulted by a couple of my students. I have been scratched, kicked, punched, slapped in the face, a chair thrown at me, had to go through workers' compensation. I still can't make a fist completely. And that is not okay. It's not okay. Now, you used to let's not suspend K-2, but you don't put any alternatives in place. And that is not okay. Not okay. And I speak with a heavy heart because I am responsible for 28 other students in my classroom. And to go at the end of every day to tell one of their parents, I apologize, your child was hit today by a student that can't keep his hands to himself, it's not okay. And I'm going to leave it right there.
Ms. Fennell. Ms. Fennell, over here. When you have been assaulted, what happened next?
I notified, first I called the office. I need assistance in K1. Sometimes assistance comes, sometimes it doesn't. When assistance does come, the kid will be relieved from the room for a couple of minutes. He's rewarded by coming on the computer and then coming back to do the same behaviors. There's not enough hands on deck. Not to mention there's other things going on in the school. So I don't really think it's a administration problem within the school. It's not enough hands on deck. And it's not okay.
Dr. Hyatt?
So I agree with Ms. Fennell. I mean, is this on? Yeah. Oh, I have a red light on, so it was weird. So there's a light I haven't seen before in here. So I agree, and we've also added climate staff and additional administrative staff at Comegys because of the number of issues that are being reported there. And it sounds like we have to do a bit more to get out and create systems and structures so that the things that Mrs. Fennell described, Ms. Fennell described are not things that will continue to happen each and every day. But it's one reason we've added the additional support to Comegys in particular, because we were aware of the number of reports that we've received describing that type of behavior.
And what else is disturbing, I confided in one of my colleagues, because the district needs a plan in place to help these kids. I feel like it's a cry for help, but at the same time, they're also putting other students in danger. And it's not okay. So, and she says to me, well, maybe you should go somewhere because it's happening to all of us. So how are you valuing the other students in your classroom's education? And I'm not going anywhere because I have brown babies to serve. And I will do so.
So there's also an STS, there is a therapeutic services provider. Is that helpful at all to you?
It's helpful to an extent because
Yeah.
I have parents that I feel are also neglectful. I fill out the paperwork.
Yeah.
I know I have one student, one that I'm referring to, 3 meetings the parent never came to.
Yeah.
3 of them. And that's neglect. So DHS is next.
Thank you.
And parents need to be held more accountable as well.
Marie Morales-Williams.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Madi Morales-Williams, and I'm a social studies teacher at a small alternative high school from the Opportunity Network. On average, our students have attended 2 to 4 district schools before choosing us as their final school home. The majority of them, they engage in our coursework because for the first time they feel safe and supported to take risks in their learning. Our small school environment, our commitment to restorative justice, our diverse and caring teacher staff, multiple school counselors trained in trauma and resiliency. These are the kinds of conditions that our students deserved from day one of their high school experience. What I have learned in my near 15 years as an educator is that these are also the conditions that are needed for disrupting rape culture. With 1 out of every 4 black girls experiencing sexual assault by the time she is 18 years old, this is a public health epidemic. Research shows that most of the sexual harassment that students experience is at school. And I'm here today because I'm joining other educators in the city who believe that we cannot talk about school safety without also addressing how rape culture is alive in our schools and exists as a root cause of so much shame, silence, and suffering. We believe consent education and restorative justice can best help us respond to this epidemic, but we need your support. At the beginning of the year, I listened to a male colleague share his appreciation for having a circle practice at our school where our students can check in emotionally. But his deep worry was that he didn't know how to address conflict or harm like the one that was just mentioned. Several months later, when a young person was sexually exposed online, a report was made to the district and the authorities, but our student body was split between feeling empathetic towards the young woman and blaming her for her victimization. Many of them said she should have known better. This kind of victim blaming reflects the dangers of rape culture since it enables young people who cause harm to not be accountable or to change their thinking or behavior. Teachers were at a loss of how to respond. If more of us were trained in both consent culture and restorative justice, we could be proactive in supporting survivors like that young woman who was exposed. We can be proactive in transforming young people like the person who leaked a photo of her and educating our student body about what it takes to keep our school safe. At our school, our commitment to restorative justice in the face of rape culture is not the same as our capacity for it. Facilitating a restorative justice circle or teaching about consent and unhealthy gender norms are skills, much like teaching social studies. As a skill, it is only improved with instruction, practice, and constructive feedback. This is what we teach our students. This is what our principals teach us for how to grow as educators. But how can we grow as restorative justice facilitators if there are no restorative coaches from the school district to support our staff? How can we know fully the scope of incidents of sexual harm if there are no Title IX coordinators to actually check in? It's my belief, along with others, that the school board can help us to address these gaps and create real change through developing a task force specific to consent culture in schools. Without it, we will continue to hear more stories of sexual harm, or our students will say, "Me too," or simply suffer in silence. They deserve more. We hope and we encourage that you agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers, Joan Fanwick, please come to the front. Gretchen Dahl-Kemper, Emily Lieber, Craig Morton, Danita Lee, and Mama Gail. And Joan Fanwick.
Can we switch the order around a little?
It's the same 4, but
Yeah, whatever.
Just let us know who's who, please.
sure, we will.
And to all the speakers, you don't need to worry about pressing any buttons at the front. The mic will be on.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Craig Morton. My wife and I both live and work in Philadelphia and have 3 children. Our oldest child is currently in 2nd grade at Meredith, and due to the lack of space, our middle child cannot join her there for kindergarten this fall. I am here to ask for your help for the overcrowding at Meredith today, help for the overcrowding at Nebinger in the near future, and eventually help for the overcrowding at all of the great schools like Meredith and Nebinger throughout the city's growing neighborhoods. Over the past decade, more and more families are staying in the city to raise their families. As the number of students in our public schools has increased, the number of classrooms has not. For several years, we in the Meredith community have worried about this issue, and we were told that the numbers would work themselves out. For fall 2019, the numbers did not work themselves out. There are presently 37 children who live in the catchment who were denied enrollment in Meredith for kindergarten and who were instead assured a spot at Nebinger. For first grade in 2020, 60 enrolled students plus 37 students returning from Nebinger equals 97 students. 97 first grade students divided into 2 classrooms results in upwards of 50 people in each classroom. As a licensed architect, I can tell you this arrangement will violate the fire code. As a parent, I think this is unacceptable. In the past 2 months, since parents like myself became aware of the 37-child waitlist, we raised this issue about overcrowding to the district. One thing we were told is that parents would drop off the list as they opt for private school or move out of the city. We were told this as though it were a solution. Parents giving up on Philadelphia public schools is not a solution. It is a failure, and it puts the recent growth of the entire city at risk. As you'll hear in a moment from my daughter's own first grade teacher, overcrowding is hurting the education of our students and exhausting our teachers who have 30, 35, or even 40 elementary age students in a single classroom. Every room at Meredith is already used for students. There is no prep space designated for teachers. There is no more space to be divided or stolen away. Before I conclude, I want to reiterate that this is not just a Meredith problem. The over-enrollment, which began at schools like Penn Alexander and is happening at Meredith now, will very soon be happening at schools like Nebinger. Without change, the pattern which I have observed will repeat. Rumors of lotteries will become lotteries. Lotteries with single-digit wait lists will become double-digit wait lists. Eventually, waitlisted families like mine will either give up or we will look to the district to help provide solutions to overcrowding. Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. Hi, one quick question.
Yeah.
You know, not a name, but maybe a position. Who told you that that overcrowding would work itself out because there'll be some that go to private schools and move out?
I don't feel comfortable saying that, but like it's also firsthand, it's secondhand, it's thirdhand. I think one of the things that we haven't really focused on, because I think there's only 3 minutes, it's lack of clarity and information. And as I said at the end about the rumors, and as I said about how the rumors kind of become reality, I think that I'll say that's the source of the information.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question to Dr. Height? In a case like that, what happens to children that are on wait lists for schools like Meredith? What are the options for those parents?
Well, the children on the wait list that for kindergarten. So in this case, children are being assigned to another school that has space. The challenge is, as the schools continue to grow, there's no room for the child to return to the school in the neighborhood in which they live. And so we have to, it's not just you can't just look at it as Meredith, you have to look at it as the entire catchment in that area, because quite a few of those schools are facing a similar issue. And that's one of the reasons we're doing the studies in and around in 3 areas of the city. And this area is one of those where we will be looking at this issue extensively to make both short-term and long-term recommendations for how we resolve the problem in the short term and what options do we have available to deal with that in the long term, including capital investments.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Yes. Good evening, members of the board, fellow colleagues, and parents. My name is Emily Lieber, and I teach 36 and at one time 37 first graders at Meredith Elementary. My second home serves the children who attend with unwavering support, but as I've watched our little neighborhood school grow, I have seen the toll our overcrowded classrooms have on our students. Each year, as we have grown to 121% capacity, our supplies are stretched to the limits. Scrambling every year to find more tables, chairs, books, and other basic necessities is proving more and more difficult. Our classrooms are literally bursting at the seams, and finding any more usable space to put students' materials and furniture is challenging. finding extra spaces by putting art on the cart, music in the auditorium, or converting the beautiful library into classrooms will rob students in any school of a well-balanced education. Teachers pride themselves in being expert multitaskers, anecdotal note-takers, behavior modifiers, and differentiators. We're masters of engaging instruction. I speak on behalf of my colleagues around the district by saying differentiation and small group instruction are significantly impacted with so many students. Large class sizes severely affect a teacher's ability to provide accommodations and behavior modifications. It pains me knowing that my skills are stretched to the max, and as hard as I try, I know my 36 first graders deserve more. The other day I had an emotional moment.
You hit the button. I think the battery.
Well, I've got a teacher voice like
My battery.
Oh, thank you. The other day I had an emotional moment. I had a one-on-one interaction with a student. He told me all about his fascinating weekend. His infectious smile indicated how happy he felt. He had his teacher's undivided attention. I paused and thought, when was the last time I talked to this little guy about his life? This interaction clearly demonstrates how teacher-student relationships are impacted when class sizes surpass realistic numbers. Relationships are the bedrock of teaching, and having 36 students makes it difficult to consistently build strong, sustainable relationships. Supplying additional teachers to push in, sending students to other neighborhood schools, and compromising vital building space feels like putting a Band-Aid on a gushing wound. These are convenient solutions that don't solve a larger district-wide problem that will only continue to grow. I know Meredith is not the only school in the district facing these challenges. Many schools are overcrowded. We are in the business of education, and these temporary fixes aren't considering our students' best interests. If we do not make some drastic changes soon, we will miss out on opportunities to attract and retain families in our city. Overcrowded classrooms lead to compromised educational experiences for everyone. Our students, teachers, and families deserve better. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joan Fenwick, and I teach 3rd through 5th grade autism support at Nebinger School. I also student taught at Meredith 3 years ago in a 4th grade class. At Meredith, I was in a classroom with 36 students. Parents often expressed their gratitude to have a student teacher. They were concerned a single teacher could not give the attention each child needed to 36 students. A student spends approximately 300 minutes with their teacher in a day. Divided by 36, this equals 8 minutes and 20 seconds per student. It was also while I was at Meredith, the lottery system was announced, which is where Nebinger comes in. Nebinger is a thriving school that has increased in population and performance in the recent years. In the past decade, our school has doubled in population, going from 244 students in 2011 to over 500 projected enrollment for next year. We have grown from our catchment, from parents choosing Nebinger through school selection, from Meredith overflow. First the kindergartners who were waitlisted from Meredith, now first graders whose parents have elected to keep them at Nebinger instead of sending them to Meredith for first grade. We have gone from having 1 or 2 classes per grade to next year having 3 in kindergarten through 2nd grade and 2 in every other grade. We are also home to a pre-K class, 4 autism support classes, and an intensive learning support class. Although our school feels like it is filled to the brim, the school district looks at our school as under-enrolled. The number of classrooms and how many students each one can potentially hold is all it counts. Special education classes like mine are not factored in. An autism support classroom has a limit of 8 students per teacher. And based on Pennsylvania laws. Nebinger is home to a well-respected autism support program, which includes 2 of the 8 classrooms from our district that's part of the Pennsylvania State Autism Initiative. We are one of the closest autism support programs to Center City that offers both self-contained and inclusion options. We also have the only 3rd through 5th grade intensive learning support class in the area. The school district is pushing for students receiving special education services to be in their neighborhood school, yet special education classes are not being factored into building capacity. I would also like to address how the lottery system is impacting Nebinger. Last year, due to waitlisted students getting into Meredith at the last minute, Nebinger almost lost a teacher through leveling. We had to close our lower grades from site selection to accommodate overflow from Meredith, including children who will be transferring after 1 year back into Meredith. Nebinger is losing families that want to send their children to Nebinger from kindergarten through 8th grade, creating a more transient student population. Some families living in the Meredith catchment who would like to send their kids to Nebinger to begin with have been told they must go through the lottery process. Many of these parents are concerned that if their first child gets into Meredith, their other children might not, or are concerned about the large class sizes at Meredith. Although, with the current mandate of sending overflow to Nebinger and our own growing catchment, our kindergarten classes may rival Meredith's in size next year. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to make sure I understood something that you said. You said something's not factored into. Can you explain?
Yes. So my classroom has because I'm an autism support teacher, there's Pennsylvania state laws that dictate the number of students that can be on my caseload in my classroom. That's 8. So when they look at my classroom, they say 30 kids can be in it. But I can only really have 8 kids. So what ends up happening is they're looking at our school and saying that we're under capacity when we have these self-contained classrooms that look a lot less on paper, but they're vital to the neighborhood. Other schools don't have them. And what you're going to do is push us out, and then there's not close to Center City, and you're already moving kids out of their catchment.
Can you explain why we do that? Why do we count that?
Yeah, I don't know why we do that way. So
That's what I'm trying
because
to
if there's an autistic support class, so the class is actually in use, but the room is in use, but it's in use for a smaller number of students because of the program, right, and because of the state requirements. And then it sounds like we're also looking at that room as well. They could take another 22 children, right? And we actually should be looking at the use of the room. And I'm looking at Danielle as we do count for programs. Okay.
It's not being.
And even with the accounting for that program at Nebinger, this is Nebinger?
This is at Nebinger. Where
This is at Nebinger?
We're being told we're under capacity. It's not being counted.
They are at capacity or below capacity? They're at capacity right now, so, yeah. But, so we do count the use of that room.
Is Gretchen Dahlkemper here? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ben Schindler. I'm the lead for the SAC at Nebinger, and I'm speaking on behalf of my school advisory council colleague, Gretchen Dahlkemper. So I'm going to read her statement. You can imagine I'm her. My name is Gretchen Dahlkemper, and I'm a parent of 3 students currently at Nebinger. The issue that's been described is not unique to Nebinger and Meredith, but it has happened before, and it will continue to happen across South Philadelphia until a solution is resolved. And my purpose in this is to come up with some specific asks, or to relay some specific asks. It's great news that families are staying in Philadelphia and opting into our public education system, and we want to create systems that allow for that to continue. We have a good example in the recent history at Nebinger of working with the district on a significant issue. This past year, we worked with the district on lead remediation in our building, not just for our building, but as the keystone or the beginning point of what hopefully will become the methodology that will successfully remediate lead throughout the district. We know that that's a long process, but we were proud to be a part of that. And we learned some things through that process about how we can work as a community with the district to successfully tackle a challenge. So we have the following asks and recommendations. The first is that we identify, and the district identify, one point person to be a liaison with one individual from each school advisory council, as well as our principals, to be a point person for communications. One of the massive challenges that both communities have is a lack of clarity on process and what steps need to be taken in order for kids to be registered at schools. Identifying, and then on a broader scale, identifying key stakeholders to form a working group that can look at real long-term solutions to address overcrowding issues occurring not only in South Philadelphia, but throughout the city. More specific to Nebinger and Meredith, in the short term, we ask for the following: The district needs to issue a detailed summary of current enrollment protocol for students at Nebinger and Meredith, with particular focus on how the waitlist process works. Families receive letters saying, Meredith families that are waitlisted received letters saying that they were going to hear from Nebinger, but nobody at Nebinger knew to reach out. 2 is the district needs to impose a deadline for enrollment so that families who are holding spots at Meredith can move off of those spots and waitlist spots can be filled. We need to develop a solution to the fact that there is not enough square footage in our schools and for in-catchment families prior to the 2020-2021 academic year. The school district should address the issues that face waitlisted families that have separated siblings. The school district needs to appoint a specific contact person who will interface with the schools and the parents on this issue. And finally, I just want to say that the district has promised the studies that Dr. Hite mentioned, but we haven't heard any follow-up on timeline or anything like that. The district has also promised a town hall with both communities to talk about these issues that was to be scheduled in April. It's April 25th today, I think, that we have heard nothing about that, and we ask that that be scheduled and completed before the end of the school year on June 4th, and that regular meetings continue throughout the summer and early fall next year so that a long-term solution can be put in place to impact the following year's registration process such that we have clarity.
Thank you.
I just want to ask one question. Where does McCall face this same? Is McCall in this group? Why I just hear Nebinger and Meredith, but isn't McCall right there as well? What is?
I'm a McCall parent.
Oh,
Okay.
well then I just, okay.
Well, she can speak more specifically to that, but it is not just a Meredith issue. McCall, Greenfield, Jackson, Kirkbride, Southwark, a number of schools are facing this issue, and you are going to hear more. Frankly, this board and the district is going to hear more and more about this as more families are being put in this position and are organizing to have their voices heard around their kids being in oversized classrooms.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My computer got tired, so I'm going to give you a slightly different narrative, but still on point. So, again, my name is Danita Lee. I am a parent of a child at McCall, George A. McCall Elementary, a blue ribbon and exemplary school. Some say the #1 school in the school district. This is a school with a full-time nurse, school psych, SEL, counselor, disciplinary dean, positive behavior support, and yet is failing in parent and family engagement, in ethnic integration, policy compliance, diversity and inclusion practices due to poor leadership encouraging bigotry and retaliation against families and children. There was a study on organizational health inventory that found that students achieve higher scores in standardized tests in schools with healthy learning environments. The problem is the culture of the school prides itself on privilege instead of providing quality education through diversity and inclusion. I'm a single mother reaching out for support and visibility in a movement to try to revolutionize the culture at McCall. Many families in Society Hill have experienced this bigotry and abuse, but I'm going to give you my testimony. I have made efforts on my own to provide multicultural performing arts platform for this school where my own child attends, and by working closely with the students, I've come to discover that many of them were being harshly treated based on their ethnic culture, gender, socioeconomic backgrounds, and abilities. When I began volunteering to facilitate the school performing arts program with the Education Works coach, my focus was to offer the my ethnic musical education and experiences to create a performing arts platform that earnestly employed the diversity and inclusion practices, celebrating all cultures of the school community. On May 23rd, 2018, I contributed cultural dances to
New School, Old School Dance Off, promoting multi-generational connectedness. In response to that, the Educational Works coach intervened students celebrating the pride of that performance, telling them that their behavior was slutty and that my cultural dances were slutty. This misconduct was never addressed, even though it was reported through the hierarchy of the school district. In addition, I had advocated for my student and other students who were being brought up on bad behavior supports. And in response, I was retaliated on and targeted when I attended a scheduled visit for my student. I was dragged down 2 flights of stairs after being knocked unconscious by police in front of my child's classroom. When I opened my eyes and saw children I adore and worked with closely as a parent volunteer lined against the stairwell with their backs against the wall, staring in horror. The principal used the arrest to ban me from the school premises indefinitely without any valid cause. I can't even go to the school to aid or protect my child. I'm prohibited from attending parent and family engagement meetings as I previously attended to advocate for other families being targeted, demoralized, and disenfranchised at McCall due to bigotry. So when you speak about failure to the community, feel as though there will be no recourse if they speak out. They feel as though they will get targeted, they will get punished. Ability for the school leaderships, because these are principals serve as your delegates, and when you covet them and you covet this behavior, you encourage it and allow it to go on, which leads to lawsuits that cost the school district money that could be applied to special needs students, and more programs that need to be implemented to resolve many of these issues.
Thank you.
So the bigotry has to end. And I do appreciate the time and effort you put into policy making and discussions and allowing all of us to come up and address our issues. But we need actions, transparency in the communication, and we need those with an end date. When is it going to happen?
Thank you. Mama Gail?
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mama Gail, you can come to the table. Thanks.
I just got a message that a little girl in Houston, Texas, that was beaten on Thursday. I believe it was after school. She passed today, beaten by 2 girls. 13-year-old girl was killed. She died today. She was in a coma, I believe, up until now, and she passed today. I just got the message.
Where?
In Houston, Texas. What's happening across this country, especially with Black children. I can't speak for brown children, but I know what's happening to our children. And my husband sent me a message telling you to bring back junior high schools. Junior high will make room for elementary. We've been talking about that for years, and I'll say it. Some of you are new and may not have heard me say it. My daughter Leah, that's usually with me, is 42. When she was in 4th grade, and I put her from private school into her and her sister, who's 3 years older, I put them in public school from private school at that time. And I was called to a meeting. The parents at Darrell School were called to a meeting. And the superintendent at the time for that region said to us that the configuration of the school was going to be changed, the schools were going to be changed. And he said they were going to be made middle schools and high schools. And I raised my hand because I learned if you want to answer, you ask a question. And the man told me my question was so ludicrous because I asked him I asked him, is there a time period, if this does not work, that we'll go back to the system we have now? And he told me my question was so ludicrous he would not answer. I wasn't used to being talked to that way, but I was paying for my children to go to school. And I learned that's how our parents are addressed in this district. That was years ago. And when you talked about, I've talked about this over and over and over, how parents were told they could not come back into school because they were questioning what was going on. Many of your charter schools are full as a result of that. Parents being banned from school, so they had to take their children out. I don't have a lot to say because I'm perturbed at this time. I'm tired of children being hurt. I'm tired of us losing people because of people's egos and their arrogance and their lack of knowledge. And I don't care how many degrees you have. If you don't know, you don't know. We in our communities know. And it's something to see the racism that still exists in this city. It was built on racism, for real. And it's still today. And if we don't answer that, I don't know what's going to happen, but I clearly don't know what's going to happen in the summertime. I've told you before what I saw coming. If we don't get a handle on what's going on right now, I don't know what the summer will be like. I keep saying this that's happening in the schools is spilling into the streets. The behavior that's been covered up in school after school after school is now out there. Those children that were not addressed as children have now become adults. And they're uncontrollable, some of them. We've got to get a handle on what's happening in these schools. Whether we like telling it or not, it needs to be put out and dealt with. You got people that work for you, I'll say it again, that don't know what to do. And we've got children that have been misdiagnosed, and we have children that are in a position where they're just doing whatever it takes for their moms to keep getting a check. And I'm talking about behavior-wise. We got to get a handle on it. Thank you. God bless us all. And we got to do better. We have to. I don't know, I'm sure my time is up, but I want to say I took a busload of our children to the United Nations, and we've also started a program feeding children. We're feeding up to 100 children a day at Penrose. Please come and visit the Parent Welcome Center called Community Peace Cafe.
And I want to thank you for bringing people out to the board's meeting in West Philadelphia. I know that Julia Danzy and Mallory said that, as people came in, they said, well, why are you here? And they said, well, Mama Gail told me to come. And that means, that kind of partnership means a lot to us. And so I just wanted to thank you.
Well, I want to say to you, as I said to folks before, I was on the bus coming from the UN, 2 hours. That's all it took to get them there. You got people that's getting paid to get them there, and you got more of them at these gatherings than people from the community. Something's not right.
Yeah. They're scared.
Thank you.
They don't know how to do the job. I can train them.
This brings us to the end of our regular meeting of the Board of Education. I want to thank all of our registered speakers. On behalf of the board, I'd like to invite you to our next committee meeting on Thursday, May 16th. The Finance and Facilities Committee will meet at 10 a.m. and Policy will meet at 1, and Student Achievement and Support will meet at 5 p.m. All committee meetings will be held in the board committee room downstairs in Suite 101. Our next action meeting will take place on May 30th at 5 p.m. I now move to adjourn the meeting, or can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting of the Board
So
of
moved.
Education? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. The Board of Education meeting is adjourned. We'll now begin the meeting of the intermediate unit. Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Danzy?
Is that Lisa Haber trying
Present.
to sneak out?
Was that a present?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Present.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Present.
Ms. Fix Lopez? Okay, sorry. Mr. Huang?
I am still here.
Dr. McGinley?
Present.
Dr. McIver? Vice President Walker?
Present.
And President Wilkerson?
Present.
Thank you, Dr. Height.
Present.
And Board Member Dr. McColgan had to leave earlier. Thank you.
I'd like to begin with a motion to approve the minutes of the January 17th IU meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a
Second.
second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving the minutes, please say yes.
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 Thank you. The intermediate unit minutes are approved. We have 8 items on the IU agenda. May I have a motion and a second to consider IU items 1 through 8?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions? Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Yes, thank you. And I understand there are abstentions on IU1, IU2, and IU3. Ms. Danzy?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
We're voting, I've called all the items up. If you would respond if you are voting no or yes, or if you have to abstain. But we're taking them as a group.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Sorry. Abstaining from IU2 and yes to the remainder.
Thank you. Ms. Fix Lopez?
Abstaining from IU1 with a relationship with Penn, abstaining from IU2 with a relationship with Penn, and abstaining from IU3 with a family member who's an administrator at Alliance for Progress Charter. Yes to the rest.
Thank you. Mr. Huang?
I would like to abstain on IU 1, 2, and 3, and I am a yes on the remainder.
Thank you. Dr. McColgan is not here. Dr. McGinley?
I'm yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes to all except for 3, where I am abstaining.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Excuse me for 1 second. On IU3, because Dr. McColgan is not here and we have 4 abstentions,
No, she's one of the 4, isn't she?
Pardon me?
She's one of the 4
No,
abstentions
no, that-
on IU3.
1, 2, 3.
I think we got 5 yes votes.
Do we have 5 yes?
Do you need to take that one over?
Oh, yeah, there was one, yes, I'm sorry, there was one that was actually, yes, I apologize, there was a notation that was incorrect. When IU1 passes by a vote of 6 to 0 with 2 abstentions. IU2 passes with a vote of 5 yes to 0 with 3 abstentions. IU3 is also 5 yes, 3 abstentions, and IU 4 through 8 pass 8 to 0. Thank you.
Thank you. I now move, can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting of the intermediate unit?
I move that.
Is there a second? All in
Second.
favor?
Yes.
We're adjourned. Oh.
There was an extra egg on the chart, and I was counting.
This is mine.